30 now.
Actually,
Are we ready,
no,
friends?
I just pre-asked.
All right.
To not be in the 9-11-year-old.
Let's call to order this 6:30 special meeting of the Beverly City Council on Monday, April 4th, 2022. Ms. Kent, would you please call the roll?
Bowen? Here. Crowley?
Here.
Feldman? Here. Hausman?
Here.
Rand?
Here.
Rotundo? St. Hilaire?
Here.
Sweeney?
Here.
And Flowers.
Here. Thank you very much. Councillor Rand, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, everyone. So the purpose of this special meeting, which is just going to run a half an hour or less before our regular meeting begins at 7, is for us to be able to hear a presentation from our planning department about state legislation concerning MBTA line communities and housing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Emily Hutchings from our planning department.
Hi everyone, I'm Emily Hutchings. I'm the Assistant Planning Director. I'm here to speak with you today about the new legislation from the state, informally known as the MBTA communities requirements. So what is the MBTA communities legislation? It was enacted as part of the Economic Development Bond Bill in January 2021. It states that at least one zoning district of reasonable size, or each MBTA community will have at least one zoning district of reasonable size in which multifamily housing is permitted by right. It only impacts certain communities within the Commonwealth, and cities that do not comply with the new requirements will be ineligible for specific state funding programs, including MassWorks, Housing Choice, and Local Capital Projects funds. So this is one of the maps that demonstrates which municipalities are regulated by the MBTA communities legislation. All of the maps that you see in green are regulated by the legislation. Those in gray are not regulated. And you can see a bit there of the blue lines. Those are the train lines. So you can see it is every community that has a train line running through it and adjacent communities. So this map shows the different types of MBTA communities. Not all MBTA communities are equal. You will have some MBTA communities that are subway or light rail communities. Those are the most densely populated communities that are most immediately adjacent to Boston, and they have subway lines, light rail lines. You have bus communities. Beverly is one of these. They not only have MBTA lines, but they also do have bus either stations or stops in them. You have commuter rail lines. Those are the communities in the dark green, and those are the ones that have commuter rail lines that are running through them and do have stops in those communities. And then you have MBTA adjacent communities. So those do not have commuter rails running through them. They don't have stations, but they are impacted by the proximity to the MBTA rail lines. DHCD is developing guidelines to help communities understand this legislation, but what the legislation states is all these communities have to have at least one district of reasonable size. Multifamily housing has to be permitted by right. There cannot be any age restrictions. They must be suitable for families with children. You have to have a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. So to give you an understanding of that type of density, the RHD zoning district in between Cabot Street and Rantoul Street is about 14.75 units per acre. So just barely doesn't make it. And these zoning areas have to be no more than a half mile away from a commuter rail station, subway station, ferry terminal, or a bus station. So again, the Department of Housing and Community Development, DHCD, in consultation with the MBTA and Department of Transportation, are developing guidelines on how cities can comply. They have provided a set of draft guidelines, which communities were able to provide comments on up through the end of March. What the draft guidelines state right now is what it means to permit multifamily by right, what is a reasonable size, how to determine if multifamily has a minimum density, and the extent to which MBTA communities have flexibility to choose the locations. So they provide additional information beyond what is stated in the legislation. These are some highlights. They clearly state that these, the zoning multifamily has to be by right, can't be by special permit, can't be by variance, it could be by site plan review, but you, effectively, the community is not able to have any sort of discretion to say no. You can put reasonable regulations on it, that's all. It has to be a reasonable size. DHCD has established this is to be at least 50 acres of land. Approximately 1/10 of the land area total within a half-mile of a train station. Overlay districts are allowed within certain parameters. Multifamily unit capacity has to be greater than or equal to a specified percentage of the total number of housing units. And so that percentage is dependent on the type of MBTA community. Rapid transit communities, those closest to Boston, 25%. We're a bus service community, so we have to have 20%. And that doesn't mean we have to provide those actual units. It means this zone has to allow for that. It means so again, Beverly is a bus service community. According to the 2020 census, Beverly currently has just under, or a little bit under 18,000 housing units. To comply, we have to establish at least one by right zone with at least 50 acres of land with a zoned capacity for a little over 3,500 units. Doesn't mean we have to build all of these units. We are not required to build these units. It only means that we have created the zoning that would allow these by right. By right can include mixed use. So the CC district does qualify as one of these districts, these compliant districts. And multiple zoning districts can comply as long as they meet these criteria. So Beverly has many train stations, so that means we could have multiple districts interspersed throughout the city that would allow us to comply. Impacts of non-compliance, we lose our opportunities to get funding through all of these programs. MassWorks, Housing Choice, Local Capital Projects Funds, we use all of these. So MassWorks, we recently used funding to help fund our Sawyer-Tozier Road intersection. We're about to use it to fund that rebuild. We used it for the Brimble Ave reconstruction, so those roundabouts. We used the Housing Choice funds that helped fund our mobility hub planning study. So what do we get if we get compliance? We have more access to funding. We can do more projects like this. These funds are really beneficial to the community. They really help support our needs. So next steps. This is part of our requirements. Communities are required to hold a briefing with their city councils, with their town governments by May 2nd. And then we, the planning department, have to submit our MBTA community information form to DHDC to demonstrate that we're on the way, we understand what this legislation is, and we're ready to address what the next steps are. May to December, DHDC is working on final guidelines that will provide us with a final understanding of what this legislation means for Beverly. It might change a bit from what the draft guidelines are, hopefully not much. And this also provides us time to further evaluate our zoning and determine more clearly whether we are in compliance or out. December 31st, 2022. If our existing zoning complies, we apply for a determination of compliance. If it doesn't, we have to notify DHDC and start our journey toward compliance. If we're non-compliant, then we have to have DHCD approve an action plan on how we will become compliant. And then by the end of 2023, we have to have focused on adopting those zoning amendments as specified in our action plan. So, is Beverly compliant? We think so. I did a light analysis of our CC zoning district, and I believe it meets the requirements of Section 3A as the draft guidelines currently establish. We aren't sure. We won't be completely positive until DHDC provides the final guidelines and we do a complete analysis of our zoning. Our next steps are to submit the MBTA community information form to DHDC and to begin a thorough evaluation of our zoning. So with that, I will hand it over to you all for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hutchings, for that presentation. I'd like to open it up to counselors for questions. Counselor Feldman, I saw your hand first.
Thank you. So that was good to know that you think that, according to the draft, that that it's possibly compliant. And I was wondering, in terms of that possible compliance, of that zoning, how much is already built of it within those parameters? Or is it zoned for capacity according to your
So it's
calculations?
zoned for capacity. So the CC zone that is within a half mile of our MBTA station is zoned for the capacity of at least, we think it's zoned for the capacity of at least 3,577 units. We are nowhere near that many housing units in this area. It just means that our zoning allows it.
Okay.
So
So how many units are we at in that area? Do you, if you know? I'm just,
that's a good question, and I do not know the
Okay.
answer. I will find out, though.
thanks.
All set, Counselor Feldman?
I am.
Thank you. Counselor Rand.
Thank you so much. I have a question, maybe doesn't totally relate to Beverly, but I'm so curious about why Metro Boston is excluded. Is that because they already meet the MBTA community's density, or?
Boston is more in and of itself. It's its own community. It has its own types of zoning, its own regulations, but it is incredibly dense. It's far more dense. It has far more housing
And what
than
this
most
is
of these
requiring.
other communities. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And then I have one more question.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm also curious about, when I first read this, I thought, oh, we'll be a commuter rail community. So seeing our designation as a bus community just makes me wonder, is the intention to is that because we have commuter rail and bus stops, or is the intention to sort of build a bus ridership?
It's solely because we have bus stops that
Okay.
are managed by the MBTA. That was a question that we had as well, because we don't have a bus station. We don't have a well-utilized bus line. It would be great to have it better utilized. It would be great to have support in that respect, but it's only because we have bus stops in our community.
Okay. And my very last question, please, thank you, is do you anticipate, for taking maybe like our bus infrastructure as an example, do you anticipate kind of when we're in compliance with this, when we have our certificate of compliance, might there be grant funding that we can access that would help build up the bus line in a way, like, with maybe shelters or?
I think that's something we'd have to look into. I know that MassWorks, all these infrastructure grants, many of them are available for such programs. But that's more of a policy question, I would say, and we're still looking into it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Rand. Are there other counselors with questions? Counselor Houseman.
Good evening, Ms. Hutchins. this would not have been part of your analysis, I assume. But I gather the intent, I know the governor's been trying to get legislation like this passed for quite a while. And the idea, I believe, is to address affordability in housing writ large for the Commonwealth. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, that the intention of the legislature and the governor to have this legislation is to effectuate more affordable, more housing in general, hoping to make an impact on affordability in general for the Commonwealth. Is that right?
That is correct. The goal is to simply expand the Commonwealth's housing options to ensure that communities with commuter rail access are allowing certain levels of housing, just to provide access, and hopefully the affordability will go along with that.
So my actual question, I guess, rather than my prefatory question, is the other communities on the North Shore, to what degree might this, and I don't necessarily expect you to know the answer to this because you wouldn't have looked at it, I don't assume, but just in general, it's my observation that some of the other communities on the North Shore do not comply and would have to comply if they want this funding. Do you think that, with the other communities on the two commuter rail lines that run through and split off in Beverly, that there will, that if all of them, well, let me rephrase the question, are any of them in compliance likely? Do you know?
I don't know. I know
On a regional level?
on a regional level, I'm not certain how many are in compliance. I don't think we'll know that for another several months. We don't know if we're in
Yeah,
compliance.
yeah.
I know that it's fairly easy to see if they are not. Many of them are not, and they will need to look at rezoning. I know there are some significant concerns throughout the region, throughout the metro area, just based on the number of housing units that need to be permitted, just zoned for, not built, but just zoned for. There is some concern in many communities, especially more rural or suburban communities where they have concerns about infrastructure costs. And it's something I think that DHCD will continue to work with communities around and hopefully find some solutions.
Yeah, I just think that basically the reason I asked the question is my observation is that Beverly's doing a very good job of trying to increase our housing stock through the zoning changes that we're considering, but many of our neighboring communities have not been. And I certainly would like to see other, North Shore regional communities step up to the plate. I know it'd be a challenge for them, but I'm glad to see this legislation if it ends up having that kind of an impact on the region.
Yeah, I think we're in a very good position, especially compared with many other communities that are impacted by this legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Houseman. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. So I've also been thinking about, what this means sort of regionally and potentially makes more of the state funding available to communities like Beverly that have been ahead of the game, but hopefully encourages more housing production across the board. But I'm also thinking even within Beverly about sort of where that housing production is. So have you looked at all at, because it sounds like we could aggregate across a few different districts to reach that total. Have you looked at around the other train stations, what kind of density is zoned for, if not built?
So around most other train stations, it's typically single family. We have looked at other potential zoning districts that might comply. If our CC district does not comply in and of itself, it would not take a great deal to make our RHD district a compliant zone. As I said before, I think the density there is about 14.75 units per acre. That's not the existing density, that is what it's zoned to be, so it's what it could be right now. And for that district to be in compliance, we would need to allow parcels that are just a couple hundred square feet smaller than what is allowed right now.
Okay, so far, all the analysis has been downtown.
So far, all the analysis has been to try to determine whether we are actually compliant. We have not done any analysis on where we could put other housing in other areas.
Okay, thanks. Because, yeah, I'm thinking of that in terms of, again, the overall purpose of the legislation, trying to encourage housing production and affordability all the way along transit routes. And so even thinking about, while we have done a lot that we can be proud of in our zoning as we look at additional changes, looking along the full route, even within Beverly of the bus lines and commuter lines, I think it would be helpful just to see that analysis and think about it. And then my last quick question is just whether the conversations around accessory dwelling units play into this at all, or whether the proposed changes there wouldn't qualify for this kind of density because they might be restricted in size or other things that would go against this like family housing piece.
So
I'm excited about that conversation, but don't know if that plays in here.
So the ADU ordinance, and Darlene, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be something that is not a single district. It would be something that would be a specific type of use that would be allowed. So it wouldn't necessarily significantly impact our compliance with this. I don't believe so. It's still something we could look into, but I don't believe it will significantly impact compliance one way or the other.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. I think we'll probably, unless it's quick, we'll have Councillor St. Hilaire sort of round us out. And if there are further questions, I'm sure Ms. Hutchings or Ms. Nguyen would be happy to continue this conversation. But Councillor St. Hilaire.
Yeah, I just wanted to share Councillor Hausman's thoughts and agree Beverly has been a leader in addressing our housing needs, and have also long been frustrated by the inability of our colleagues in other communities to move the needle. This is definitely a regional need, and I think this is definitely going to help with that. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor St. Hilaire was very speedy, so is there any other question from the council? Anyone have a last question for Ms. Hutchings before we wrap up this meeting? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hutchings, for being here. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen, and thank you, councillors. I would ask for a motion to adjourn this special meeting before we reconvene at 7 for our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and the special meeting is adjourned. And we'll call the regular meeting to order in about 8 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Kim, that was mostly so I could, you're good, okay, thank you. Before I officially call our regular city council meeting to order, just wanted to run down a little bit about the agenda. Kim looks ready, but we do have a very busy agenda. I feel like I've started every meeting that way this term. There's a lot going on. Obviously, we have many people joining us in the chambers tonight. Thank you for being here. I'll say this again later, but it's really important having people engaged in the civic process, and you being here is really important, so thank you. We do have a resolution to begin with, as well as some citations for Walt Kosmowski and for his years of service to BevCam, so we'll be starting with that. It's exciting because when we call it to order, we'll get to clap for Walt again. We have a presentation about Essex Technical High School. Thank you for being here. And then we do have 3 citizen speakers signed up and 3 public hearings, so we will have to take those public hearings at the times they're legally posted. So we'll see how the beginning goes. What we can do if we have, especially I understand one of our citizen speakers is a high school student, and I don't want to keep you here indefinitely, and so we'll see if we need to open the hearings, we can recess them so that we can get our speakers done, so you're not here with us until 10 o'clock or 10:30. So with that, and then we have some regular business we'll take care of after that. So with that, I'll call to order this regular meeting of the Beverly City Council, Monday, April 4th, 7 o'clock p.m. Ms. Kent, would you please call the roll?
Bowen. Here. Crowley.
Here.
Feldman. Here. Houseman.
Here.
Rand.
Here.
Rotundo.
Here.
St. Hilaire.
Here.
Sweeney.
Here.
And Flowers.
Here. Councilor Rotundo, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rotundo. And I think, Councilor Rotundo, you were one of the authors and sponsors of our resolution, so I'd invite you to the podium to get things started. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Councilor Rotundo, and it gives me great honor to recognize Walt tonight. I just, on a personal note, my interaction with Walt happened with my daughter when she was in the high school many years ago. She was producing a film, and he was very instrumental in it, and he was always very hands-on with it. So I want to thank you for that. A joint resolution celebrating Walt Kosmowski. Excuse my... Thank you. And it's 14 years of service, and they may still have trouble going forward with that, so please. City of Beverly Mayor Michael P. Cahill and the City Council recognizes Mr. Walt Kosmowski for his dedicated and tireless service to the community service through the work of BevCam. Whereas Walt, a Ward 6 resident and avid baseball fan, who grew up in Pennsylvania before moving to Beverly in 2000, where he lives with his wife Cassia and daughter Kathleen, and whereas Walt is an avid football fan, often attending our local Beverly High School Panthers game, and whereas Walt first walked into the studio at BevCam as a volunteer looking for a new hobby. He was eventually appointed executive director in 2008. And whereas after 14 years in charge of Beverly's local access television station, he is credited with expanding the station's coverage of local government, sports, and community life in a time of changing media landscape. And whereas Walt oversaw a staff of 5 and under his direction, BevCam has trained hundreds of individuals and organizations to produce their own programs. And whereas during the pandemic, when the studios went dark, Walt and the BevCam staff played a critical role in disseminating information and allow access to local government meetings and community events to continue, including high school sports games, city council, and school committee meetings. And whereas Walt has been doing a show called North Shore Journal since about 2004 and has broadcasted over 100 episodes, and whereas Walt has hosted Mayor Cahill's City Scene show for the past 8 years, as well as Massachusetts State Senator Joan Lovely's Beacon Hill Report show for the past 8 years, for which he recently received a recognition citation by the State Senate. And whereas Walt has mentored, trained, instilled an interest in community media for many high school students at BevCam, where some of the students have earned awards and gone on to Hollywood and made careers in media. And whereas Walt has always been willing to give himself to provide experience to others, such as his work with the Rotary Exchange Student Program, And whereas Walt is characterized by Beverly Bootstrap's executive director and fellow Rotarian Sue Gabriel as being so committed to helping nonprofits spread their words and mission, and is an amazing community partner. Therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Michael P. Cahill, the City Council and City of Beverly, do hereby commend Mr. Walt Kozmowski for his service to the community and wish him all the best. In order with the city clerk spread a copy of this resolution upon the city records. Easier if you're inside. Madam President, with your permission, may he have a few words? Maybe he can help me say his name a little better. So Lisa, I feel your pain when you have problems with the Italian names, me with the Polish names.
Absolutely. And then when you're done, well, please stay up there because we do have a few other folks here who I know have some citations for you. So why don't I?
Jerry? Oh, well, yeah, thank you. Todd, I like going to Salerno because they know my favorite lunch meal there. So when I walk in, they already, okay, spaghetti and meatballs heavy on the sauce. So they're but those of you who know me know that I'm seldom at a loss for words, but I'm kind of struck here now as exactly what to say. But I have to say that my time with BevCam has been an opportunity, really more a privilege to rub shoulders with and get to know and work with some of the most dedicated and compassionate, lovely people in our community. And I also have to say that I have been blessed with a staff who, as far as back to Kim on the console, and Matt and Zach and Robert, and I know Mark Lehman is here, who's our #1 volunteer. He's and so that kind of left me to do the, they did all the heavy lifting as far as the technical aspect of running a studio, and that left me to do the major portion of my job, which was outreach, right? Go out into the community, tell people about BevCam, develop a constituency, go out and get producers and members. I mean, what a gig, right? Who could ask for more? And I've been blessed. I've loved it. I miss it already, but I am doing some volunteer work at Bootstraps and at the North Shore Music Theater, and I'm continuing my work with Rotary. So I still will be engaged with this wonderful and beautiful community. And thank you, Todd, and thank you, City Council, for this resolution. Thank you.
Representative Paracella and Senator Lovely.
Thank you, Councilor Rotundo. Representative Paracella and Senator Lovely, thank you for being here with us tonight. Always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Great to be here. Well, Walt, congratulations on your 14 years. Who needs Netflix when we have BevCam, right? You did. It's amazing. Whenever I'm on BevCam, I'm thinking it's just my mother watching, but I get so many people saying, Jerry, I saw you on BevCam, and you did a great job of informing our community about what's going on around here. And because of your great service to our community, I wanted to present you this citation from the Massachusetts House of Representatives for your 14 years of dedicated service as Director of BevCam and your tireless dedication ensuring the continued availability of community access to our community. You know, Walt's come to the State House on a number of times to make sure that we still have community access because some of the big companies wanted to try to get rid of community access from our channels, and Walt was a tremendous advocate to make sure that we have this BevCam programming. So thank you, Walt, for all you've done for Beverly, and congratulations.
All right, thank you, Jerry.
So Walt and I go back a few years, and I actually have also brought a resolution, and I already sent you a citation, but I wanted to mark everything that you've done here in the city of Beverly and for BevCam in this resolution. I'm not going to read every whereas, because there's many, that really describes exactly who you are and what you've done for this community, but let me read a few if that's okay. Whereas Walt Kosmowski will be commended on April 4th, 2022 by the City Council of the City of Beverly for his dedicated and tireless service to the City of Beverly and his community through his work at BevCam. Whereas Walt began his time with BevCam as a volunteer who was simply looking for a new hobby, but eventually rose to executive director in 2008. And during his tenure, Walt expanded the station's coverage of local government, sports, and community life. And whereas Walt oversaw a staff of 5, an amazing staff of 5, under his direction and that of his amazing team, Beverly Community Access Media, BevCam, trained hundreds of people and organizations and won numerous awards. And whereas Walt has always been willing to share his time, expertise, and experience with others, including through his work with the Rotary Exchange student program and his mentorship of students at BevCam, some of whom have gone on to pursue work in media as a career. Now therefore be resolved that the Massachusetts Senate hereby commends Walt Kosmowski for his dedicated and tireless service to the city of Beverly and his community through his work at BevCam, and wishes him all the best in his future endeavors. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted forthwith by the clerk of the Senate to Walt Kosmowski. Thank you, Walt, for everything you've done. These words are spread upon the record of the Senate in the State House, and I'm so proud to present this to you. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you very much again to Representative Paracella, Senator Lovely, and to Councilor Rotundo for helping to bring forward a resolution on behalf of our City Council, to Mayor Cahill as well, who worked on that with us. And a very big thank you to Walt for all of your service, and another thank you to the entire BevCam team. Your service to keeping the community events accessible is really invaluable. I like that you're all pointing at each other. With that, I will entertain a motion for, I know we have a very full agenda, but Walt, if you would like a minute to chat or to be able to leave, I'll take a motion for a 2-minute recess so we can kind of reset and we'll go from there.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0. Take a 2-minute recess and then we'll be back. Thank you. family, congratulations and thank you for being here. We do have next on our agenda, we have one presentation from Mr. Paul Manzo and Ms. Heidi Riccio from Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. So I'd like to invite them to the podium and to give us a presentation on the school and its budget. And I will mention as they're coming to the podium, just for those who may be here for any of the 3 public hearings, 7:30 on the community preservation funding, 7:45 on the charter review, although we will have much more time on the charter review on the 19th at 6 p.m., including with remote access. But if you were here tonight for charter review, of course, we will take your comment. And 8 p.m. continuing the National Grid hearing. Those sign-up sheets are on the podium where you've seen speakers speaking. So this very moment might not be the best time to sign up, but where they are standing as we move along, you can get up at any point and sign up for those public hearings. Thank you very much, Mr. Manzo, Ms. Riccio. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Heidi Riccio. I'm the Superintendent Director of Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School, which serves approximately 1,650 students across 17 sending communities and an additional 38 surrounding communities across 3 separate counties. So we are an agricultural and technical school, so our students have the option to educate themselves, whether it's a traditional vocational program or an agricultural program. Approximately 65 to 70 of our students go on to a 2 or 4-year institution, which also includes apprenticeship programs. We have several apprenticeship programs at our school district, which includes the electrical apprenticeship program, the plumbing apprenticeship program, cosmetology, and then new to our sending community in the last 3 years is the construction and craft laborers, which is supported by the Union Local 22, which runs from Gloucester to Boston. So we are very thankful that Beverly is one of our partners in education. We do like to think that we work with you collaboratively to make sure that our students are educated and that they're able to support themselves when they do graduate from our school and then subsequently through an apprenticeship or a college education to be able to afford and live in the community in which they grew up, which is Beverly. That is really the intention of vocational education and has been since the early 1900s. Really, our mission is to create the future workforce of the North Shore. And so the intention is that they're not going north to New Hampshire to be able to afford housing and then work in the city of Boston. Really, the intention is that they're able to work and live in the community by which they grew up or a surrounding community. I do know that you received a budget book, so certainly we're open to questions as it relates to that. I also would like to hand out, as you know, a couple years ago, we did embark in a partnership program called the After Dark Partnership Program, which is a program, I know it is an unusual name since our program runs from 11:30 to 2:30, but it's a state program. So the state named it After Dark, not us. So we also call it the partnership program. So approximately 4 years ago, Beverly Superintendent and myself discussed the possibilities, because as we know, one of the concerns that our school has is a significant wait list, and making sure that as many kids from our sending communities can get in and access vocational education. So while we try to maximize enrollment to the maximum capacity, which we believe next year we will be at maximum capacity without a large investment in infrastructure projects, including building projects, we were creative with the state to embark in where 37 of your Beverly students leave Beverly High School and come to us. They have lunch in our cafeteria at 11:30, and then they go on into trades like the laborers union, design and media communications, advanced manufacturing. We did actually have one plumbing student who was an EL student this year, and he opted to become a full-time student with us. But this is where the partnership really is important between Beverly High School, which we believe we have a great relationship with, as well as our sending community, to make sure that the communication is fluid between both school districts. And I have just an information sheet for you, which is kind of exciting because I just got it today, hot off the presses. I said, why isn't it at a coffee house in Beverly? But our design and media, I don't know if you follow social media, but there's a coffee shop / art gallery in the town of Danvers who reached out to our students. And the Beverly design and media students through the partnership program actually created this art exhibit working with their After Dark program. So I just wanted to give you the flyer of what it was about so that you know what are the partnership students doing in the particular school. So if you don't mind me handing that out, you could just pass it around if you could.
Thanks.
In addition to the After Dark program, as well as our traditional day students, we have a significant amount of students that come back to us in the evening. So whether it's through our adult ed programming, and adult ed, I think in the past has always been that older generation of kids, but what you see now is you see a higher level of students that may have opted not to go to college, or after their first semester of college, they realize that it just wasn't for them. So we have a lot of families reaching out to us, even in December and January, thinking about, my child was not successful at a traditional 2 or 4 year college institution, and thinking about the trades. So we obviously will welcome them into our school through our adult education programming. So at this time, I don't want to talk as much, so I'm certainly open to questions, because I'm sure you have them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Riccio, and Mr. Manzo, thank you for being here. I don't know if you wanted to just say a word about your role and connection to the school?
So I'm privileged to be the Beverly representative to the Essex Tech School Committee. Every member community, the 17 members, send one person to be a representative from that community, plus members from the Department of Agriculture. We make up a 20-member board, which oversees the work of the school district. And I was fortunate enough to sit in your seats for a number of years as a member of the Beverly School Committee, and so I'm equally fortunate to be part of the Essex School Committee at this point. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your years of service then and now. It's very appreciated. Counselors, are there any questions for Dr. Riccio or Mr. Manzo while they're here with us presenting? Counselor St. Hilaire.
I just wanted to say thank you. I was fortunate to go with some other counselors for a tour recently. Was really impressed with the facility, and I just wanted to thank you for welcoming us there and extending the invite. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And if anyone could not make it, we're happy to do so for anybody else as well. I think it's different to talk about it than it is to actually see it in action.
Agreed.
Thank you. Other questions from counselors? Counselor Rotundo.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Riccio, just for the sake of, so people understand, is the total population student, and how many students from Beverly are actually allowed into the school, accepted from here?
Not allowed. They're all allowed if we had space. Come on now.
Accepted into, but I mean, obviously, we're allotted so many seats.
Absolutely.
So I think that's what I'm.
Sure. So we do not have a minimum or a maximum cap of seats for any of our sending communities. We do a blind admissions. And in working actually with Beverly over the last couple of years, we have been able to increase the enrollment. That's something that they have asked for. And so we've really worked with them together, and we will continue to do so because we want to make sure that kids are ready for vocational education. I know that there's a lot of people that say, you know, what is the right kid for a vocation? Any kid is the right kid for a vocational education. Kids, you know, people will say, well, they like to work with their hands. Well, everybody is working with their hands, whether you're using a keyboard, but you cannot work with your hands if your brain isn't telling you what to do. So I believe that any child can benefit from vocational and agricultural education. So we have 140 students, which is up from the year before. This year, however, we have 37 After Dark students, and we also have approximately 160 students who have applied from Beverly, and those are students that reside in Beverly. So some students may be at a charter school or a private school. So it's not just the kids that go to Beverly Middle. So it is kids that reside in Beverly. Admissions will go out typically the week or the Friday of April school vacation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Counselor Rotundo. Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. Just actually a quick follow-up on that, and my thanks as well for sharing all the information in advance and the great work that you're doing. But I was just curious about kind of student trends, and you mentioned the infrastructure limits, you're sort of hitting capacity overall for student enrollment. So over the next few years, as we're looking at, you know, potential numbers from Beverly, is that likely, you know, may want to grow a little bit, but it sounds like there's sort of an overall cap. Is that
There is a limit. So the building, when it was opened, it was actually not built for really the capacity of what the demand would be. But if you remember, and I know Senator Lovely remembers, is that, 25 years ago when the school was thought of coming together, nobody would have anticipated where vocational agricultural was going to go. And then the MSBA, as you probably all know through other projects, will only allow you to increase enrollment a certain percentage. So with all of the 3 schools that are combined, they each had approximately 350 to 400 students per, so they were not going to allow us to build a 2,000 capacity school. So they did create a 1,450 around school. We are at 1,654. And how we've been able to increase capacity, which is also Governor Baker's push, is to make sure that kids have access to quality vocational agricultural education, is that we took offices away and broke down walls. We took small group classrooms away and opened them up. We took lockers away and created innovation think tanks. So we've been as creative as we can be with this space. We are very fortunate, however, that we do have a South Campus, which is across from 62. It is the old agricultural school, and we still have 3 buildings on that side of campus. So our students, and many of them were actually from Beverly through summer programming and then their education, actually renovated those spaces and those buildings. And I invite you all to see the kids in action, because what they're doing is pretty remarkable. So one example of that expansion, electrical students, for example, 50 grade 9 students chose electrical as their first choice. But for space requirements, staffing requirements, as well as safety considerations, we could only take in 25. That means that 25 students are now sitting on a wait list in our school getting a vocational education, but if they really want to be electricians, we need to try to figure out a way to make that happen. So across the street, or I call it across the hall, is the South Campus, where our upperclassmen electrical and plumbing students are going to reside next year. And the reason being is that in grade 11 and 12, they can do off-site projects. So in the state of Massachusetts, in vocational education, grade 11 and 12 can go out and build a house or work on a city hall project, if there's a city hall project that you all can think of. Because we did work at the park here. We've done plenty of work through the community, and that's what we do. So because of that, and then in 12th grade, we have all but 2 seniors on co-op. The need for that shop space isn't there because they've already learned the introductory learning for that. Now it's time for them to apply that learning. So by moving them across the street, we're able to free up that additional space. So those are just some creative ways without major infrastructure costs.
Thank you.
All set, Councillor Bowen? Thank you. Councillors, any other questions at this time for Mr. Manzo or Dr. Riccio? All right. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your time, and thank you for helping us to get a little window into the school and the great work that you're doing there. So
Thank you. And
appreciate
just,
you
I
being
did
here.
not note that there are 12 cooperative education employers in the city of Beverly, which means that they employ our students directly in co-ops. So instead of kids going to school. So I would like to publicly thank those businesses that are supporting vocational education in the town, in the city of Beverly, because that really matters in our form of education to make sure that they get real world life experiences.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I do want to say before I open our 7:30 hearing, and then I would like to recess it. We'll take a motion from councilors so that we can get our citizen speakers in, and as I said, not keep some of our young people here all night with us. But I do want to just give a thank you to Councilor Rotundo as well, who helped to arrange that presentation for us. Thank you, Councilor Rotundo, for setting that up. With that, I will call to order our 7:30 public hearing on order number 76. This is the public hearing on the Community Preservation 9th Round CPA project funding recommendations.
Order that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, April 4th at 7:30 PM at City Hall, 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, relative to the Community Preservation Committee 9th round CPA project funding recommendations. And this was in the newspaper on March 25th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. And as I said, in the interest of trying to get our citizen speakers to be able to speak, I would entertain a motion to recess this hearing until 7:40.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. The motion carries 9-0. So we'll recess the public hearing on Order 76 until 7:40. And this is probably a good time for me to mention as well that if you would like to speak in any of the public hearings, the one we just recessed to 7:40 on the community preservation funding, the 7:45 public hearing on the charter, which will be also recessed to the 19th at 6 p.m., so there'll be a lot of opportunity for public comment at that time as well, and the continued 8 p.m. hearing on the National Grid grant of location. You can sign up to do that on the sheets that are on the podium whenever there's not a speaker there, or I'll also ask for public speakers during those hearings as well. So if you don't want to sign up and then the spirit moves you, you won't have missed your chance. With that, we do have 3 citizen speakers signed up, and I always say I think it's helpful as we go through the agenda to try to demystify how our agendas work just a bit. So the citizen comment portion, every regular meeting we have 3 citizen speaker slots. Citizens can sign up for those by contacting the city clerk, Ms. Kent, by 9:30, as late as 9:30 the morning of the meeting, and they're first come, first serve, and then each citizen has 3 to 5 minutes, so 5 minutes maximum per speaker to address the council about any topic that you like. But I do want to just clarify, I think it can be confusing. Tonight we have some public hearings which will involve question and answers back and forth. The citizen comment portion, you won't hear the councilors responding very fully. It's not because we're not listening or we don't care. It's just this portion is a forum for you to bring information to us, but it's not a back and forth conversation at this point. I do want to just quickly acknowledge as well, I should have done this earlier, but looking around the room, I see many members of our city staff and other elected officials here, and so I just want to quickly thank Jocelyn Rell-Kursker, the mayor's chief of staff, is here with us, Darlene Wynn, our planning director, Emily Hutchings, our assistant planning director, Brian Ailes, our finance director, Denise Deschamps, our economic planner, Catherine Barrett, our grants director, Bruce Doig, parks and recreation director, Jerry Perry, the city council budget analyst. I also see Lorinda Visnick, Ward 6 school committee member in the back row, her favorite back row seat. Again, I want to thank Representative Jerry Paracella and Senator Joan Lovely for being here with us. And did I miss any city staff or elected officials? Oh, Ronnie. Thank you. I'm sorry. Ronnie Jacobson, there she is. Ronnie, this always happens to you and I. There's always just someone between us. The mayor's constituent services director. Thank you for being here, all of you. With that, our first citizen speaker signed up is Mr. Michael Reynolds.
I would like to switch my position with Alex O'Neill so he can speak and they can be done if they need to.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Mr. O'Neill, come to the podium. So, Mr. O'Neill, thank you for being here. Before you get started, I just want to quickly, I will invite every speaker when you come up, even though I've just said your name, please say your name and address for the record. And if we do get to 7:40, I don't want to appear rude at that time. I will just need to pause whoever's speaking so that we can then open and then recess again the public hearing. So just so that no one's surprised when I rudely stop you at 7:40. Mr. O'Neill, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Alex O'Neill, and my address is 43 Parramatta Road.
I'm Aiden Mountain, and my address is 16 Princeton Avenue.
I'm Matthew Stevenson, and my address is 318 Dodge Street.
So, as I said, my name is Alex O'Neill, and I'm a senior at Beverly High School. For my senior project at BHS, I decided to start a 3-on-3 basketball league with my friend Matthew Stevenson and Aiden Mountain. We call this league the Peets Park Association because all games take place at Peets Park in Centerville. Our purpose is to bring together, all our friends from the high school because for the majority of the league, it's going to be our last summer together as most of us are going off to college. This opportunity allows us to come together in a setting outside of school and have fun and play competitive basketball this spring and summer. Also, to pay homage to the late Pete Frates in honor and support of his family and ALS research, We have put the link to donate to the Pete Frates Family Foundation in our Instagram bio. Our games are scheduled every Saturday from 1:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. In our second week of the PPA's regular season, we were kicked off of Pete's Park and told that we were not allowed to play there. People in the neighborhood recorded us and took pictures of our license plates. A Beverly Parks and Recreation official came to the park as well as a police officer, and we were told to leave because our league is not what this park is designed for. We were also told that we would need a permit if we wanted to hold our league in the city. When I asked about how to obtain a permit, we were told that we would not be granted a permit at Pete's Park, but we would at any other park. The reason for us playing here at Pete's Park is that for a 3v3 league playing full court, it's a smaller court and it makes for better games and the play is less sloppy. Pete's is a public park, but it is being treated like it is private. We felt as though using the permit idea was a way of excluding us rather than including us. All we want to do is enjoy the public facilities of the city that we grew up in and the city of Beverly that offers like everyone else. And that this park isn't exclusive to anyone in particular. One thing that was brought to our attention after week 1 was that trash was left behind. We made it our goal and our responsibility to bring trash bags and to leave the park looking better than how we found it. He also said that we were a disruption to the people of the park and in the neighborhood, but we were only there for 1 day and 4 hours. There were also 15 younger kids from Centerville who came to the first week of the PPA and cheered on all the players playing at the time. Of course, we respect the opinion of all neighbors and the city, but it seems like anytime we want to play basketball at this park, we always run into some issue. It was extremely disappointing to plan all of this and not have the respect or the support by the city that I grew up in and I now vote in. We seek permission to use this park for our league once a week. There's no signage prohibiting who can or can't use this park, and it seems as if the old permitting rules do not work for the community members who want to try and build something new. Lastly, I'd just like to thank the amazing support system that we have from the start of this league. It's truly motivating, and I'm so grateful for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Neill, and thank you to your peers also for being here. I know I mentioned at the beginning that it's incredibly important always to have participation from people in our community, whether it's coming and speaking or being here in the seats. So you all, whether you're speaking tonight or you're here tonight, your presence matters. It's incredibly important. And I think there is something particularly powerful about when young people come and engage in the process. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you. I think that the number of young people in the room right now is really impressive, amazing, and very moving to me. So thank you. Ms. Visnick, I see that you are at the podium.
I am. And I'm prepared to be interrupted at 7:40, Madam President. Lorena Visnick, 39 Middlebury Lane. I have a helper this evening.
Libby Adams, 8 Bartlett Street.
So Libby's going to start, and then we'll be at break, I think, perfectly.
All right, thank you.
So I'm here to read a land acknowledgement statement because I think it's something that's important to be acknowledged at Beverly City Council meetings. As we gather here in this place, we acknowledge and honor the original indigenous inhabitants of this land, the Namkig and Pawtucket bands of the Massachusetts Tribal Nation, which continues today through the membership of the Massachusetts Tribe. We acknowledge their ancestral and continued connection to the land. We also recognize our obligations to this land, to better environmental care and stewardship, to which the indigenous people who care for it have long called us. As we work toward diversity, equity, and inclusion, we acknowledge the importance of lifting up and inviting in many voices, including those of Indigenous people, and of including those voices and perspectives in our discourse in our decision-making and in our actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you were correct, you were exactly on time, so thank you. Thank you very much. With that, I would reopen our public hearing on Order 76, which we recessed to 7:40, and in the interest of being able to have Mr. Reynolds be able to speak as well, I would entertain a motion to recess this to 8:05.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0. So we're going to recess the public hearing on order number 76 to 8:05. And Mr. Reynolds, would you like to? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Visnick. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I tricked you. It's okay.
You really did, but
I did.
I apologize. That is true. You've only used 1 minute of your time.
Okay, go. Okay, thank you, Libby. In addition to the land acknowledgement, I wish to acknowledge each of the city councilors who I wrote to this weekend, and the fact that each of you either wrote, called, or visited. I appreciate that, and I wish to explicitly call that out because so many people are quick to complain, but in my humble opinion, they fail to give credit where credit is due. Next, I would like to acknowledge all of those who took the time this evening from your normal activities to join the meeting and to support these young men. I wish to acknowledge the young men who are here. You took the initiative to do something good, and now you decided to show up en masse this evening. That's just awesome, to participate in the political process. I believe there are a good number of people here for whom this might be their first visit, and I wish to acknowledge that some of you are likely upset that you're not going to get a chance to speak this evening. But that said, I'm so excited that so many of you are here this evening learning firsthand the most fantastic lesson in civics. I wish to acknowledge that the head of Parks and Recreation does not report to this particular body, and therefore what you can do about this problem may be limited. I do hope that at least, in the very least, the 9 of you can help hold others accountable for their actions. Longer term, our parks rules need to be documented on our city website and clearly posted at our public parks. My son was not one of the players, but his friends were. And I believe strongly, that these young men are due an apology. To the young men here this evening, I wish to encourage you, if you are not yet registered to vote, get registered. Your vote is your voice. Please continue to be involved in your local community, including by voting. And in the spirit of the game, my last 3 comments for you are, do not settle. Keep hooping it up. I got next.
Thank you, Ms. Visnick. Mr. Reynolds, I would like to invite you to the podium and just will say that I will just need to pause you ever so briefly at 7:45 so I can open and recess the hearing. So
That's fine.
thank you. Name and address for the record. If
Michael
you don't.
Reynolds, 14 Rear East Garfield Avenue. Bear with me, I'm not a public speaker. Members of the City Council, I'm here tonight to speak about the protected use of Pete's Park. This past Saturday and the Saturday prior, a group of young men comprised of all Beverly residents were playing 3-on-3 basketball at Pete's Park, which is billed as a place for all. They call themselves the Pete's Park Association, and it is an avenue for young men who have been robbed of 2 years of winter baseline basketball at the Y, something I was lucky enough to participate in as a coach in years past. These young men started this as a senior project, from what I understand, and having it at Pete's Park would bring some awareness to the life of Pete Frates and ALS. It would give the opportunity to run a mock league, drafting teams, keeping scores, statistics, creating videos to be edited into highlights, from what I understand, and still photos for Instagram. In addition, there was an effort to raise money for ALS research. I was in attendance to watch the young men play 3-on-3, including my son, this past Saturday. And that court is perfectly sized for full court 3-on-3 basketball. It all came to a screeching halt when a member of the Parks and Recreation Department, who I believe is Bruce Doig, he did not introduce himself, as far as I know, to the boys or to me. I happened to be there. He arrived and stated that there were complaints of noise, swearing, trash, and parking. Of these complaints, the only one that may have been true was parking. There was one player there who parked against traffic with his front tire against the left side of the curb, which Mr. Doig did himself. I had been there for just over an hour, and the loudest thing I heard was an abutter running his snowblower for 30-plus minutes, running the gas out of it, and kids having fun. Bruce claimed that the games were a league which required a permit. I've never been in a league that did not charge to participate, and none of these boys were charged a fee to play. Bruce continued with, and this is a quote, "You boys can have a permit to go to Balch, you can go to McPherson, but you can't play here." He continued, "The decision was made by me, the mayor, and the chief of police." He then stated, "You got referees." The referee is a senior who has injured his ankle twice and cannot play for fear of losing his baseball season. He did a great job keeping the boys in line and keeping them quiet. There was no swearing. There was nothing. Bruce continued, and this is a quote, "You can play pickup basketball in a public park with this many kids." Oh, excuse me, you can't play pickup basketball in a public park with this many kids. There was less than 15 total. "I'll give you a permit to go to another park." This is a quote, "Why are you playing on such a small court? Are you too lazy to run up and down?" Excuse my language, that pissed me off. "You are old enough to drive somewhere. I'm telling you, you should drive to Balch, you should drive to McPherson, period, that's it." The next quote, "You are not staying here past 11:30, okay? I'll sit in my truck till 11:30, and at that point, I'll call the police to have them come take you away." That sounds a bit draconian to me.
Mr. Reynolds, can I pause you only for a moment? I'm so sorry. I just do need to just open the public hearing on order number 75, which is the Charter Review Committee report. Want me to read it? Sure.
Sorry. Ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, April 4th, 2022 at 7:45 p.m. City Hall, 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, Beverly, Mass, relative to the Charter Review Committee final report. And this was in the newspaper on March 25th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. I would entertain a motion to recess this hearing to 7:55.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I'll close that, recess that public hearing to 7:55. Mr. Reynolds, if you please, with my apologies.
That's quite all right, thank you. I have 5 minutes, so I'll end it here. I have 5 pages of quotes from Mr. Doig that I'm happy to share with you if you'd like to see them. The entire thing reeks of NIMBYism. Neighbors appear to be bitter that the park was rehabilitated and have the head of the Parks and Rec on speed dial. This is not the first time, bear with me. This has been done, as many of you know that are here in attendance today. The only thing these young men did that was wrong was make a plan to have fun together. I would ask the City Council to add an open discussion regarding the use of Pete's Park at the next meeting and allow more public conversation. The park is paid for with tax dollars, state grants, and private donations, and it should not be off limits to anyone. I would also be negligent if I didn't remind you that all these young men, if they haven't already turned 18, will be, and they will be voting in your next election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Councillor St. Hilaire, this park is in Ward 6. It's your ward. I don't know if you'd like to say a word or two.
If you don't mind, I'd like to say a few words and first start by thanking everyone for coming out tonight to see a lot of kids, parents. It's nice to see a packed City Hall. As Ward 6 councilor, I just thought I'd share a little bit of perspective on this. I've spent a lot of time down there yesterday and talking to a lot of people. I was out of town on Saturday, but learned of this incident later that evening. And to be clear, there have been issues related to the usage of the park going back to when this park was rebuilt. I spent, like I said, several hours Sunday morning down there, and a lot of the parents who are here tonight were there, and I thank you for speaking with me and for coming out. I also talked to a lot of the residents who live in the area and also had the time to walk the neighborhood, talk to some of the abutters, and also spoke with Mr. Doig as well. And I think, excuse me, in summarizing, the parents' point of view, what I got was, they feel this is a pretty straightforward issue. The park is a public park with a basketball court. These kids organized a basketball tournament to benefit Pete Frady's ALS Foundation as part of their senior project at Beverly High School and have done nothing wrong. These are good kids, and they're angry about the way their kids were treated, and I totally appreciate that perspective. In my conversations, it sort of struck me a little bit that 30 years ago, I was one of these guys. I was that kid at the park. And, like I said, certainly understand that perspective. In speaking with the abutters, you get a different picture. They see all of a sudden their park is being descended upon. Over the years, they say they've had a lot of issues related to the increased usage, including even things like public urination on their property, underage drinking, constant loud and inappropriate music, excessive use of profanity around young kids, trash being left behind. They sort of say our parks have rules, there are city ordinances in place that should address some of these issues. They feel like their concerns have gone unaddressed and they're frustrated. So, the other observation I had is in terms of walking the neighborhood, you can see that several residents actually have traffic cones, big orange traffic cones in their driveways, and have actually gone to the length of painting traffic striping on the pavement in front of their houses. I found this obviously unusual, and when I asked them about it, they told me, this is what they've felt like they've had to do to mitigate cars pulling into and out of their driveways all day, and they told me their mail carriers complain they can't access their mail. I spoke with former Councilor John Frady's. I also spoke with former Ward 6 Councilor Dominic Copeland. They both told me this has been an issue, during their time in office that they struggled with as well. And I guess regarding the incident on Saturday, I just have a few thoughts. First, Pete's Park's an amazing, beautiful resource dedicated to the honor of Pete Frady's. We're very fortunate to have this kind of a park, and it's fully accessible to everybody, so that's a real resource. The general public and our kids in particular, they absolutely have a right to use this park to play basketball. Given the last 2 years, mental health, everything else that's going on, this is exactly the outlet these kids need. I think it also needs to be stated, these kids did nothing wrong, Sorry. A little emotional. I was that kid, The permitting process. We need to look at this. Why was it determined they needed a permit? What are the rules? I went looking for it. It's impossible to find information, and I doubt it dawned on any of them that they needed to do that. So that's about it. I just wanted to share that. These issues are a result of increased activity, I think, and are similar to other issues, traffic, noise, litter. We can deal with these kind of things. They need to be properly vetted and addressed. And we need more outlets for this kind of activity. Someone brought up the idea of a basketball court at Cahill Park in Centerville. Great idea. Let's get that done. CPA funding could be used, and we could do that. So lastly, I would just say we should have more conversations like this. I'm going to follow up with the mayor, Mr. Doig, the chief. Let's get some more conversations happening. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Hilaire. Thank you again to everybody who came out, citizen speakers. I am going to reopen the public hearing that we recessed to 7:55. This is on order 75. This is the Charter Review Committee public hearing. And I would like to invite, actually, no, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just thinking aloud for a minute. I would actually like to entertain a motion to recess this one to 8:10.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. We'll recess that to 8:10. I would like to entertain a motion to take a brief recess of 2 minutes. If there are students here who want to be able to leave, if there are families who don't want to stay for the public hearings, I'd like to give them a moment to be able to speak to each other and then get home as you need to. It's also a good opportunity if you are here to speak at any of the public hearings. I will remind all of us, or those who may have joined us, the sign-up sheets are on the podium where you saw our citizen speakers speak, and you can add your name to any of those 3 public hearing sheets. Is there a motion for a brief recess of 2 minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. We'll take a 2-minute recess. We're back from, yes, please. We're back from recess, fellow counselors. And so welcome to those who are just joining us here in the chamber. I do in a moment need to open the 8 o'clock public hearing. For people who are just joining us, some folks, I know were here last time, and so you have seen some of the maneuvering that happens with public hearings when we have to open them and recess them. We did just have, as you saw, a large group of citizen speakers who were here, which is wonderful. And so what I'd like to do is open our hearing, but I am going to try to then move them back sort of roughly to the order that we had them. So I'm going to open the 8 o'clock public hearing. This is a continuation of the hearing on Order 65, which is the grant of location for National Grid. Yeah, Ms. Kent, would you mind reading that order again, please?
Order that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, April 4th at 8 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam relative to the petition of New England Power Company for an electric transmission line franchise, aka grant of location in accordance with the General Law, Chapter 166, Section 21-20-22. This was in the newspaper on March 25th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. And I would entertain a motion to recess this one to 8:30, please.
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we'll recess, sorry about that. We'll recess the public hearing on Order 65 to 8:30. This is probably a good time for me to, in addition to welcoming those who just joined us in the chamber and those who may be watching on BevCam, if you are here in the chamber and you are interested in speaking on any of the public hearings, there is one on the community preservation funding. There is one on the charter review, although with that one, I will say, in an effort to give the charter review a full public hearing that's apart from scheduled with others, we're going to be recessing that tonight to the 19th, our next meeting on the 19th at 6 p.m., and that will have remote access as well. So if you are watching, you're not here and you were wanting to speak on the charter, you will have that chance. There's also this hearing that we just recessed on National Grid. All of the sign-up sheets are on the speaker's podium. You can get up at any time and add your name if you wish to speak. Okay. As we're waiting to get to 8:05, let's take care of one small bit of business. Let's do acceptance of minutes of previous meetings, please. And we have 4 sets of meetings to approve. We have one from our regular city council meeting of March 21st. We have our legal affairs / committee of the whole meeting from March 28th. We have finance and property / committee of the whole March 28th, and public services / committee of the whole March 30th. Is there a motion to approve, accept these minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0, and we've accepted those 4 sets of minutes. This is probably a good time also to say that His Honor the Mayor has joined us. Mayor Cahill, are you in the room? He was in the room, and I'm sure he'll be back. And I saw City Solicitor Stephanie Williams come in at one point as well. I know I acknowledged many of the city staff, so I wanted to acknowledge them. Ms. Kent, let's start communications from His Honor the Mayor in the 2 minutes we have.
Order number 93. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Ms. Amy Henderson, 137 Valley Street, to serve on the Beverly Waste Reduction Committee. Her term is to be effective until March 31st, 2025.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Order number 94. Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a 2,500 automated external defibrillator equipment program grant by the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, Office of Grants and Research. This important grant funding will be used by the Beverly Fire Department on response calls to provide medical aid for life-threatening cardiac events and to save lives. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both City Council and Mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be expended for the prescribed purpose. I therefore request the City Council approve these grants by taking action on this matter at the upcoming meeting. Thank you. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property. I think we can't. All right. Let's go ahead and reopen the public hearing on order number 76. And in an effort to be able to have Mr. Flaherty in and out for the charter, I would entertain a motion to recess this one to 8:20, please.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and we will recess that one to 8:20. And so, Ms. Kent, could you please pick up with order number 95?
Order number 95. Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a $150,000 earmark that was approved by the Mass Legislature and Governor Charlie Baker to be used for the police training simulator. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both city council and mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be expended for their prescribed purpose. I therefore request the city council approve this earmark by acting on this matter at your upcoming meeting. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 96. Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded 2 fiscal year 2022 survey and planning grants from the Mass Historical Commission. The first grant is for $5,000, which will support the nomination of Lynch Park to the National Registration of Historic Places. This grant has a 50% match funding requirement. The second grant is for $20,000, which will support the Cabot to Rantoul Neighborhood Historic Resource Survey, Phase 1 of the project. This grant has a 50% match funding requirement. The Planning Department has submitted grant applications to the Community Preservation Commission to support the required match funding for these grants in the amount of $10,000 for Lynch Park and $20,000 for a Cabot Rantoul survey. The CPC has recommended that the City Council approve the funding for both projects. Funding will come from the CPA Historic Resource Fund. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both City Council and Mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be extended for the prescribed purpose. I therefore request the City Council approve these grants by acting on these grants at your upcoming meeting. Thank you. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. And I've been remiss in not asking you, Ms. Barrett, are you are here. Ms. Barrett, would you like to say anything about any of these grants? I should have asked you about the others as well. That would be, yes, it will be later, and that would be perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And this one's related to Lynch Park. Mr. Doig, I don't know if you were also planning to attend the subcommittee or if you... Okay, thank you very much. So Ms. Kent, please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 97, Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a $98,268 FY22 state formula grant from the Executive Office of Elder Affairs. This grant is based on 8,189 seniors living in Beverly and supports operations at the Council on Aging. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both City Council and Mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be expended for their prescribed purpose. I therefore request the City Council approve this grant at your upcoming meeting. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 98. Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a $2,747 donation from Mr. Jack Epstein. This donation is intended to fund the purchase of a defibrillator for use by the Beverly Fire Department. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires City Council and Mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be expended for their prescribed purpose. I therefore request the City Council approve this donation at your upcoming meeting. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Keep going. Order number 99, Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. John Willett, 27 Pierce Avenue, Beverly, to serve on the Design Review Board. His term is to be effective until December 1st, 2024. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services. I think we can do one more.
Order number 100. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby reappoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Ms. Lisa Wilworth, 15 Fern Street, Beverly, to serve on the Beverly Waste Reduction Committee. Her term is to be effective until March 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services. You actually can squeeze in one more, Ms. Kent.
Order number 101. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Mr. David Lane, 10 Foster's Point, to serve on the Beverly Harbor Management Authority. His term is to be effective until December 31st, 2023. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services. That brings us right to 8:10, so we'll pause there and reopen the public hearing on order number 75. This is the Charter Review Committee report. The chair of that committee, Mr. Tim Flaherty, is here with us. Thank you, there he is. Mr. Flaherty, would you like to come to the podium and begin for us before we move forward?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I know what I'm going to talk about is not as exciting about basketball courts and kids playing on them, so I apologize for that. I first want to thank the committee who worked on this, Stacy Ames, Councilor Bowen, Julie DeSilva, Richard Dinkin, and Michael Pinciaro. I'd like to special note appreciation to Marilyn Contreras from the UMass Collins Center, our city solicitor Stephanie Williams, our city council budget analyst Jerry Perry for their help in making this possible. It was a lot of work. I'm sure Councilor Bowen can attest. It was a lot of work in getting to where we are right now and presented to the to City Council. I believe you said the 19th is when we'll talk about it. Right?
Yeah, we'll continue this hearing after tonight to the 19th at 6 p.m. and be able to take remote public comment as well as in-person public comment that night as well.
So I know I sent you guys a letter, but I just want to go over a few things, a few highlights, and some of the aims of the charter. They wanted to update and reflect the current practice and law, recommend changes to improve functions, reflect the city's responsibilities, assure consistency in certain practices, assure consistency use of forms and terms, promote transparency in city operations and practices, identify issues that may need additional examination and reflection. In 1995, the charter needed updating in several areas, and so we looked at a few currently, and one is use of city website and electronic mail, which has changed since 1995, capture changes in state law affecting charter intent, replace or revise provisions that were not clear or could cause problems in interpretation or application, make some of the timelines and deadlines in the charter more realistic, and clarify areas where uniform state laws need to be reflected in the charter. The charter review examined a lot of pros and cons, and I'll just highlight a few. One, the committee recommends a 4-year term for the mayor. The committee noted that 4-year terms are now much more common than they were in 1995. More cities have been moving in that direction in the last 20 years. Approximately 40% of cities with mayor or council form of government now provide a 4-year term for mayor. These cities have recognized the scope of the mayor's responsibilities, numerous interactions the city has regionally and state government and federal government in both regulatory and policy arenas, the need for time to both present and implement those initiatives. The committee also saw the need for the council to have more opportunities of engagement and oversight of city finances. The committee provided more direction and clarity in the council's role in the city's annual audit. 2 council representatives, the chair of the Finance and Property Committee, and the city budget analyst will be on the committee to recommend an auditing firm to the council. And this is actually, of all the things that were on the charter, this is probably one of the major reasons why I said yes to then Council President Guanci, because before, when the Mayor Scanlon was here, it was under a different interpretation than it is currently, and we wanted to strengthen that. So that's one of the reasons I really believe this committee did a great job in strengthening oversight and having the council have the final say in that, especially having our budget analysts involved in that. The committee also heard testimony for the needs of the school committee. While the education reform of 1993 changed some of the school committee's duties, the testimony of school committee members, one is of Lorinda Visnick right here as well, focused on the program and policies where the committee saw the need for more members to share the workload. The committee wanted to respond to the stated need while still maintaining the intent of the 1995 charter provision to assure that all of the cities are represented on the committee. The recommendation of the committee is to add 2 members by creating 2 districts. 1 district to be composed of wards 1, 2, and 3, and 1 composed of 4, 5, and 6, to maintain representation on a geographic basis while meeting the needs of the school committee's request to increase the committee's membership. The committee examined various aspects of election in the following: increase signatures of citywide candidates to set the requirement for district committee members to appear on the ballot. Our requirements are now low in comparison to other cities of similar size. The requirement of the maximum signatures per ward is removed as the committee thought throughout the city's candidates would necessarily have outreach to all areas of the city. The ward seats of the council remained at 50, and also for the school committee. Proposed changes of filling vacancies, which has obviously come up in the past several years. The current charter is inconsistent in this area, with different requirements for the mayor, the school committee, and the city council. An adjustment was also required to give recommendation to increase the mayor to 4-year terms. The intent of the committee was to reduce the number of special elections, which often suffer from low voter turnout. The committees had several recommendations. I won't go over those right now. The other one we talked about is suspension and removals. The charter provisions of removals and suspensions were unduly complicated and could be subject to multiple interpretations. The committee chose to propose a master provision of several subcommittees, subsections, and address removals and suspensions, mayoral appointments, council appointments, and for employees not otherwise covered by collective bargaining or civil services procedures. This quick overview on the rest, the other improvements that we talked about while the committee examined and made recommendations on issues to the city's government. It is also the value noted attention to detail that aim to make the charter clear reference for all those serving in the city and its residents. Such housekeeping items include adding new definitions, correcting grammar, removing outdated references, assuring adherence to state laws and requirements, removing Article 5 so the charter is internally consistent. Such modest but clarifying corrections make up the majority of the changes in the draft recommendations. We believe both these tracks, the more significant proposed changes, and those address the need for relevant, updated, improved, made more responsive and reflective desire for government that can be effective for all officials and residents alike. And one major thing I want to point out too, I want to thank the mayor who worked closely with this committee, and thank some of the councilors that came out, because what we wanted to try to do is have a document that is provided to you that is clear and went through the last couple of years working with the mayor, because maybe some of you don't know, but I'll make sure everybody knows, the council and the mayor have to agree to this. So if we give something to the council, like we have before in this document, they can make changes. But one of the good things we did is we worked with the mayor as well. So to say, if he disagreed with something, is he going to veto it? Because if he vetoes it, you can do a lot of the discussions, and it won't come into law for the most part before it goes out to the state. So that's an important piece to do, and I know it's going to be in legal affairs to discuss, but it's important to understand that both the city council and the mayor have to agree before it can go out to the state. And some of it, when it does come back to the city, something like the 4-year term for mayor, and maybe representatives of the 2 addition for the school committee, will go out to a city vote. The other ones, like we talked about, will not. That will become into law. But the other ones will have to go out for a vote. So I know it's. And I can talk for another half an hour if you want, but I won't do that to you to bore you. I know you have a big agenda, but it's important to understand that, and I'm sure Councilor Bowen can say this, the idea of all the work that went into it, and having someone like a Jerry Perry and a Marilyn Contreras to have that professionalism to kind of go over the pros and cons. And we as a committee didn't always agree. Even the recommendations, we weren't all unanimous recommendations, but we wanted to get it to the council, give you plenty of time to deliberate, have a public hearing, and then hopefully the mayor, that's what my recommendations too, is bring the mayor in to talk to him to say, hey, are you on board here? Because you don't want to go down that rabbit's hole and all of a sudden you're doing 2 days worth of work, and then all of a sudden he says, no, I don't want to do that. It has to be, which is a good thing, to have your body and the mayor's body work together and have a document that we all can agree on. So thank you, and I'll be back on the 19th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flaherty. I will just also give a word of thanks, Mr. Flaherty did this as well, but to the entire Charter Review Committee for all of the hard work. Thank you to our budget analyst, Mr. Jerry Perry, who helped to work with that committee. Thank you to now Councilor Bowen, who was on the committee originally as Citizen Bowen and is now finished up as Councilor Bowen on that committee. And as I said, we will be continuing this hearing to the 19th. I'm going to pause it for 1 second, though, because I do need to reopen the hearing recessed to 8:20, which was the hearing on Order 76, the CPC funding. I think we are close to being able to move on from this first one, but I would like to entertain a motion just to recess this to 8:25 so we can wrap this one up.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So we'll recess the hearing on Order 76. Motion carries 9-0 to 8:25. Okay. So is there anybody here? I know I mentioned that we are recessing the charter hearing to allow for a fuller time with it for public comment, but is anyone here tonight who is here to comment on the charter review process? Mr. Tabbitt, if you would come to the podium, and I know I just gave away your name, but name and address for the record, please.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? My name is Richard Tabbitt. I live at 57 Swanning Road, Beverly, Mass. First of all, I'd like to thank all the people in the commission that served on the Charter Review Commission. I had one question that I was just concerned about. I'm concerned about the division of powers between the city council and the mayor. My question is regarding, the city council can, as my understanding, can deduct from the budget, but they can't add to the budget. I just wonder if that was considered during the committee's meetings.
Mr. Flaherty or Councillor Bowen, you were part of that. I don't know if either of you would like to give a brief response. I think we could talk more fully about this and other topics as well at our next meeting, but.
I'm happy to, or if Mr. Perry might have.
Or Mr. Perry?
Good evening, everybody. Very quickly, the question of the budgetary process, state law as well as the charter, only allows for the city council to reduce a budget. They can't add to it. There is a quirky law in there about adding to the school budget. I believe it's under Chapter 70, but it involves Prop 2.5. It's very complicated. Bottom line to it is, the reality is the city council can only reduce a budget. It cannot add, nor can it transfer funds from one item to another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Thank you very much, Mr. Tabbitt. Is there anyone else here who would like to make public comment on the charter tonight? Thank you. So with that, I would entertain a motion to recess our hearing on the charter to our next meeting, which will be a Tuesday because of the Monday holiday. It will be April 19th. The charter hearing will pick up at 6 p.m. and it's important to note that that meeting will be at Beverly Middle School so that we can offer remote participation more fully as well as in person. Is there a motion to recess this hearing on order number 75 to 4/19, 6 p.m. at Beverly Middle School?
Moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0. And so with that, we will recess the public hearing on order number 75 to April 19th, 6 p.m. at Beverly Middle School. And thank you, Mr. Flaherty, for being here with us. Thank you, Mr. Perry, and thank you again to the members of that committee and to the Collins Center as well. With that, we have 2 minutes. So let's see if we can take care of order 102, Ms. Kent.
Order number 102, Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to the review and recommendation, Mr. Raymond Bouchard, 11 Elizabeth Avenue, Beverly, to serve on the Permanent Building Commission. His term is to be effective until September 30th, 2023. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services. Let's see if we can do at least one communication from other city officers and boards, please.
Order number 104 from Councilor Rotundo, consideration of naming the Harbor Master Building in honor of Harbor Master Daniel McPherson.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services. Order 24A, relating to a letter from Councilor Husband relating to a letter regarding the Financial Forecast Committee. Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 62A, a letter from Councilor Husband regarding National Grid Transmission Cable Project.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Public Services.
Order number 105, an application from the City Clerk's Office for a Hawkins and Peddles license for Katie Lewis, the Cozy Supply Company on 4 Alden Road.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs. Which brings us right to 8:25. So we will reopen the public hearing on order number 76. This is the Community Preservation Committee's 9th round CPA project funding recommendations. They've been very patient. Thank you. Ms. Richter, I know you're here tonight. Would you like to come to the podium and give us any kind of introduction to the grant process?
Heather Richter, Community Preservation Committee Chair, and I would like to just thank the City Council, the Planning Department, the Mayor, and everybody involved in the city government for your continued support, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, Ms. Richter, and thank you also for your work as the chair of that committee. It's very appreciated. Are there questions from city councilors on these 9th round funding recommendations? Councilor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. This may be a question for you, Ms. Richter, or for Mr. Ailes as well, but just learning a little more about the process, I noticed these are all obviously worthwhile projects. However, it would be expending the large majority of the remaining CPC fund balance on these projects. I'm curious what the thought process is of the committee when you evaluate such projects. Do you typically try to spend a certain amount, especially if there are qualifying projects, either at or above that amount submitted to the committee? Or do you oftentimes, instead of spending on various projects, try to carry over funding into later years for the potential of saving for bigger projects like we saw recently with the Moraine Farms proposal and then the use of the Simon Street parcels shortly thereafterwards?
The answer to your question is both, really. Since we adopted CPC in Beverly, we have only really had one application for open space prior to this year. So in 10 years, we had purchased the Camp Paradise property. The CPC bonded for that. So, and then every year thereafter, because of the nature of open space purchases, we have rolled over the balance in anticipation of a project like the Moraine Farm project, which would be a major spending amount. In that category, I would say that generally the committee tends to save funds for a larger purchase. Mm-hmm. Recreation, on the other hand, could give us 5 or 6 projects per spending round, and in general we tend to fund those because we feel they're necessary and they're not going to break the bank. At the moment, because of the large purchases that we just made, the fund balance is lower than it has ever been. Mm-hmm. And so we'll be looking very carefully as we go forward into the next funding round. And we at our next budget, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, July, there'll be a top up from the city revenues. Mm. So we tend to anticipate getting around $1 million to spend between July and September and the start of the next funding round. And then there's also a match from the state, which gets added in November, I believe. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that's very helpful, thank you. And I do have one quick follow-up question, yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. On the piece about the roughly $1 million that replenishes the fund annually, as you mentioned, from a combination of state funding and local tax dollars, is it up to the discretion of this committee for how that funding is distributed among the various reserves based on use, like you mentioned, open space, recreation, or is that set in statute somewhere?
There's a requirement that we set aside 10% of the funding for open space, for historic preservation, and for community housing. Everything else goes into the general fund balance, and really it depends on the projects that come before us as to how things are funded.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on this committee and for taking the time to pull these materials together.
All set, Councilor Sweeney. Thank you very much. I'm going to pause us here for a moment just to reopen the recessed hearing on order number 65, and so that we can, the CPC folks have also been quite patient, and I think we could move through that one. So I'd entertain a motion to recess this one till 8:45, please.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. We'll recess the hearing on order number 65. This is the continued hearing on the National Grid grant of location to 8:45. And we'll pick back up with the CPC public hearing. Are there other questions from councilors? I know we do have a few members of the public signed up to speak. Councilor Rand.
Thank you. I guess actually this is more of a comment. I'm just happy to speak in support of all of these projects. I think there are not a lot of them, but there's a nice combination of projects, and two of them directly kind of taking place and benefiting Ward 2, which benefits the whole city, but obviously I'm biased towards Ward 2. I am curious about the historic resources survey, and I'm wondering if the survey of the neighborhood between Cabot and Rantoul Street, will that, I'm always interested to know, will something like that survey prepare us for grant funding, or kind of what world does that open up for that neighborhood? I don't know if somebody
Maybe
from planning.
Emily could answer that. Emily Hutchins.
Thank you.
Hello. For those of you who didn't hear earlier, my name is Emily Hutchings. I'm the Assistant Planning Director. I also staff the Historic Districts Commission and manage several historic preservation-related projects. So a historic resource survey is the first step of understanding our historic assets and resources. It can lead to many different things. It's a general review of a property or an area. It provides an overview of the historic background, of architectural history, and it can set us up for additional information. So it will analyze whether the neighborhood or property is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. It could determine whether additional funding is needed to protect historic resources, historic buildings that are in the area. This is something that would establish whether we could apply for additional grant funding through the Massachusetts Historical Commission for additional historic preservation projects. It could be that it isn't eligible, but this is a strong first step toward understanding one of our oldest historic neighborhoods.
Thank you. I'm really glad to see, actually this is the second time in this evening that we've talked about that neighborhood between Cabot and Rantoul, and I think it's going to be really interesting to kind of move forward and really understanding the value and the historic, connection to that neighborhood. And then I just have another comment, I guess. Always happy to see that CPC funding can leverage literally millions of dollars for a project like Anchor Point. I think that's brilliant. And we talk a lot about affordable housing, so I'm really glad to know that I can support the creation of more affordable housing in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rand. Thank you, Ms. Hutchings. Councilor Houseman.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just would repeat what Councilor Rand said in terms of all of my colleagues who've commented on the importance of this work. I certainly support every one of these proposed expenditures of CPA monies. The tennis court at Kimball Haskell Park certainly has been a resource that has needed assistance now for probably at least 6 years, where we've had large community meetings, but we've never really had the financial resources to address them. And obviously Lynch Park, it's an important step towards providing sort of the jewel of our park system with additional grant resources down the road. So every one of these are terrific. including obviously the affordable housing pieces of this as well. So I just want to thank the committee for its work, and Ms. Richter for her leadership on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Houseman. Anything else from councillors? I do have 3 members of the public signed up for this one, and if you didn't sign up and you wish to speak on the CPC hearing, it won't be too late. But I'll begin in the order that they are listed here, and I would ask Councillor Rotundo, would you mind reprising your, and this will be the case for both our public hearings, public speakers will have about 3 minutes, and Councillor Rotundo will keep time. Will the stop time be a groovy tune again, Councillor Rotundo?
Yes, it will be.
All right. So Councillor Rotundo will get that ready. And Mr. William Welch is the first speaker signed up for this hearing. Mr. Welch, are you still with us? If Mr. Welch comes back in, we'll give him a chance certainly to speak. The next speaker signed up for this hearing is Ms. Lorinda Visnick. And if you would state your name and address for the record, and that's for all speakers as you come up.
Lorinda Visnick, 39 Middlebury Lane. I want to kind of jump up and down both about the tennis. You know, as you saw earlier, there's a whole bunch of people in this community that want more space in which to be able to exercise and use our parks. And I also want to just really say how much I appreciate the money towards Anchor Point. I'm a huge fan of Harbor Lake Community Partners and what they do in our community, and I think that we have a need for more affordable housing. I know there's a lot of people who think that there's too much building going on in Beverly and that, you know, no more housing should be built, but that unit in particular is just wonderful, and it's everything. Its plan is everything that we really should desire in our community. So just really want to jump up and down about how happy I am about that particular part as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Visnick. I did note a distinct lack of actual jumping up and down. There we go. All right. And then Mr. Dan Connor. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have said I also will apologize for anyone whose name I misread off the list.
Okay.
So I know I just said your name, but if you would just state name and address for the record.
Dan Lones, 7 Quincy Park. I am a past president of Historic Beverly for more years than I care to think, and currently chairman of the building committee there. So I just am here to express my deep gratitude to the CPA fund, the staff of the planning department, and all of you for what you have done at the Hale Farm. It's truly remarkable that over the last 10 years, we've been able to restore the house. We've been able to bring the yard up to a use that now the public can enjoy the yard. The concerts from the porch that we had with the Cabot Theater during the pandemic was just spectacular, and we hope to continue all those uses of the yard. It would not have been possible if it was not for the CPA funding. And in addition, the organization has used this as a jumping point, and we've raised just about $1.25 million for investment in other properties, including the Balch House, and endowment funds for those properties so that they can be preserved into the future. As I always say, if our generation doesn't take care of them, they're not going to be around for another generation. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you also for the work and the volunteerism that you've given to our community as well. It's much appreciated. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak in the public hearing on the community preservation funding? Thank you very much. With that, I will close that public hearing on order number 76 and refer that back to the Committee on Finance and Property for further action this evening. You have a few minutes before we return to our recessed public hearing on National Grid's grant of location. So, Ms. Kent, let's go to communications, applications, and petitions.
Order number 106, a letter from Gina Ferris requesting approval of outdoor seating, 3 small 2 bistro tables for Delphine Kitchen, 261 Cabot Street.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 107, relating to the Department of Public Utilities, a notice of filing and public hearing.
I would entertain a motion to receive that and place it on file.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. So we'll receive that and place it on file. That will bring us ultimately to the break for committees. I think we won't do that at this time because we're coming back for our public hearing. I want to thank everybody who's already waited for any one of these public hearings or waited as a citizen speaker earlier for your patience. As you can tell, this is a full and busy agenda, which is exciting because it's a sign of a full and busy city with lots of active participation from its residents. And so again, I want to thank everyone who's come tonight, who's patiently waited, who's watched on BevCam. Your presence, your voice, your involvement all matter. And thank you again for the patience that you've shown as we've had to sort of move through our agenda. I think what would make sense, given that you've all been waiting, is I would entertain a motion for just 4-minute recess if anyone needs a stretch or a bathroom break before we pick up the hearing.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We'll take a recess and we'll be back for our public hearing at 8:45. Line franchise. This is continued from the 3/21 meeting. I know I've seen some folks signing up. You still have an opportunity if you are here as a member of the public and you would like to sign up to speak. You can sign up on that sheet on the podium. It's still on the podium. And I will invite public comment too. So if you don't sign up right now and you change your mind as you're listening, there will be a chance to speak. We will spend, in the interest, I said this last time, in the interest of the hour, and that members of the public have come out, and that, as I believe we'll hear from Mayor Cahill and his team, we've got some further experts who will be able to attend on the 19th. We will plan to spend about an hour on the hearing tonight, as we did last time, and then recess it to the 19th at the middle school at 8 o'clock to keep the time consistent. But what that will also allow is that will allow us to provide an option for remote participation in that public hearing. So if there are members of the public, I guess I'll also address those who might be watching right now on BevCam. If there are members of the public for whom attending an evening meeting in person is difficult, and I know it can be for any number of reasons, that's yet another way that we hope to remove one more barrier and let public comment happen that way. So with that, I will begin this evening by just thanking everyone again for being here. Thank you for your patience. We do have representatives from National Grid here with us again. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. Obviously have members of the city staff. Mayor Cahill is in the hall. Right? He's coming. I see him. Hi.
I know, I was trying to finish. I saw you starting the hearing. I apologize, Madam President.
No, your timing was perfect. We were just sort of coming up to the time. If you would like to, Mayor Cahill, just begin with any words. I know we left off last time with some questions that we had left National Grid with. We'll certainly return to those. But we'd also left with the intention of bringing some of the city's consultants that you had brought together with your team. And so I don't know if you'd like to begin and then introduce those folks.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Madam President. It's good to see everybody. It's good to see so many people here. As you all know, we National Grid agreed in the MOU, MOA, whatever the letters are, the memorandum, that they would finance the cost of an EMF consultant for the city to peer review their EMF study. Now, they're by law required to do an EMF study, so that was the baseline to look at. So we hired a gentleman, Rich Lester, who will get up and speak in a couple minutes, who did that, and then he did some additional, well, he'll explain it. He looked at some additional studies to kind of update what had gone into that study. In addition, we, in talking with a lot of folks in Beverly who, the neighbors, abutters and neighbors to the route, and also people in other parts of Beverly who have similar concerns with the project, we agreed a while back, and we all talked about that as well, that the city would hire a consultant to peer review the constructability study that National Grid did, and also to speak with the folks at the Mbta and look at the issues that were raised in what it would take to construct the project in the Mbta right-of-way. So that consultant could not be available for this evening, and Madam President, you and I spoke about that. We checked, they can come to the next meeting if this is continued to then again, and so they're available on April 19th. So with that said, I don't want to delay it. There's a lot I'm sure people want to hear and want to talk about tonight. So let me just introduce Mr. Lester. He's going to share some thoughts with you, and then it'll open it up to the council for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Rich, please.
Thank you, Mr. Lester, for being here with us this evening, where we left off last time that we were together for this hearing. I know there was interest from members of the council, members of the public, from hearing some of your study and your perspective. So thank you for being here.
Okay. I'll just give a brief summary of what I've been asked to do and what I have found. My name's Richard Lester. I am an independent consultant and a certified environmental professional. I studied physics. I have a background in physics. I have 28 years of experience in health risk assessment, evaluating health risks associated with chemicals and physical agents in the environment. I've been asked by the city to perform 2 specific tasks and also to respond to general questions and concerns raised by the city regarding electromagnetic fields and the proposed transmission line project. The first task I was asked to perform was to review the magnetic field assessment that was performed by Exponent for National Grid. And secondly, I was asked to perform an updated literature review of health effects associated with electromagnetic fields generated by power lines, and to update the literature review that was performed by Exponent at the time that the EMF study was performed. I'll give a brief summary of my findings in those 2 reviews. First, the review of the magnetic field assessment. Such an EMF assessment is required of all similar transmission projects in Massachusetts, as the mayor said earlier. The review that was done by Exponent is typical of those EMF assessments. It calculates magnetic fields associated with the transmission cable based on the average loads and also the projected peak loads on the project. And it looks at magnetic fields EMF directly above the line and out to a distance of 25, 50, 100 feet from the lines. There's graphs in the report just showing what the EMF levels are at various distances from the line. The findings of that report are that it is, the EMF in the project will be comparable to levels from similar projects in the state. I looked to make sure that the modeling was done appropriately. I did not find any significant errors in the report, and I do believe that that report accurately reflects the EMF associated with the project. The physics of calculating EMF associated with transmission lines is very well understood. So as long as the inputs to the modeling used are correct, then the results will be accurate. The second task I was asked to do was to perform the literature review. Exponent, as I mentioned earlier, did conduct a literature review of EMF and its associated health effects. That Exponent review updated the findings of a World Health Organization panel, which performed a comprehensive review of the literature back in 2007. The World Health Organization is generally considered to be an unbiased source, or a relatively unbiased source of information. And so that's generally a starting point for where we look at health effects associated with EMF. Both the World Health Organization review and the Exponent review did state in summary that EMF associated with power lines can be considered a possible human carcinogen, but that additional research is needed to determine whether it is actually a carcinogen. It sounds a bit scary, I admit. The International Agency for Research on Cancer studies chemicals and physical agents to determine whether or not they are carcinogens. And then when they look at an agent such as EMF or at a chemical, they classify it in one of a number of categories. It can either be carcinogenic to humans, it can be probably carcinogenic to humans, it can be possibly carcinogenic to humans, or they'll conclude that it's not classifiable, there's insufficient information. So while it is classified as possibly carcinogenic, this is not a definite or a probable carcinogen. It is possible. That designation of possible carcinogenicity is based on some studies in the literature that have suggested a correlation between magnetic fields from power lines and childhood leukemia. Some of the studies have suggested that there could be an increase in, a maximum increase in leukemia risk, anywhere from a very small amount up to about a factor of 2 increase when exposed to EMF at certain levels. So it's not that any level of EMF exposure would cause an increased risk or could cause an increased risk. We are all exposed to EMF in our daily life, in our homes, using appliances. Everywhere whenever we're using certain appliances, such as hair dryers, electric blankets, we're exposed to EMF at levels far higher than what we're going to see from this transmission line. The difference being that the transmission line fields are always there, whereas the ones from the appliances are not. One thing that has not been seen is that none of the studies have shown directly that there is a mechanism whereby EMF could cause cancer. There have been a number of studies that have looked into that, and they have not found any mechanism whereby the EMF can cause cancer. It is possible that there is some selection bias in the studies or some other factors that correlate with EMF that could cause the observed increase in leukemia. In general, both the World Health Organization and others do suggest taking precautionary measures to reduce EMF associated with power lines, and that is being done in this case. And of course, the question is, to what extent do you use the precautionary principle, and how many measures are justified to take when the health risks are not definitive, and there are certainly some unknowns still. One example of something that is being done in the project is that many portions of the line will be in a delta configuration, which is a triangular configuration of the three phases that constitute the power line, and that's the orientation that will minimize EMF associated with the transmission line. There may be certain parts of the project that will have different orientations, but those are also addressed in the EMF report I reviewed. Upon request of the city, I did perform an updated literature review since the World Health Organization and since the Exponent report. I sent the city a memorandum that listed dozens of studies that have been conducted since 2018. There are no major findings that I would say change the conclusions of that World Health Organization review. There is still no known mechanism whereby EMF could cause cancer, if it does in fact cause cancer, and research is ongoing. And that's pretty much a summary of my review.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lester. At this point, I would like to, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I misspoke earlier. Originally, Grid had agreed to pay for Mr. Lester's services, which is not uncommon. Sometimes before planning board and other boards and commissions, there are things paid for by a project proponent. We eventually decided not to take their money for that. We didn't want any appearance of conflict, so the city paid for Mr. Lester's services. I didn't want to leave that mistake out there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to open the floor for questions from the council first, and then we will go to members of the public as well. Are there questions from the city council for Mr. Lester? And then also, if you want to return to questions for National Grid as well. Councillor St. Hilaire.
Just had a quick question, and I'm way out of my league on this, but is there any type of EMF shielding technology? Is that part of this proposal? Have you heard of anything like that?
While there are ways to shield some EMF from a transmission cable, all of them will have some effects on the loads, the possible loads carried by the lines. There are ways you could put a steel plate over small sections and reduce EMF. It will not completely eliminate it. There are two types of EMF. There's electric fields and there's magnetic fields. No one is concerned about electric fields from an underground transmission line because it's very well shielded by the conduit, by the intervening ground, by any building materials. So there's no electric field above ground to speak of. The magnetic field is what is mostly looked at in the EMF assessment. And there are some things that could be done, but they would have effects on the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Hilaire. Councillor Houseman.
Yes, Mr. Lester. The FSB hearing on this matter, there was testimony by various different parties. One of them was Dean Hazel, the Assistant Director of the FSB. And at page 42 of that transcript from that hearing, Mr. Hazel was asked about electromagnetic activity, and he said, I quote, and when he says company, he refers, I believe, to National Grid. He says, quote, "Yeah, I think the company could probably provide additional detail on the specific standards that are recommended by the World Health Organization and other places like that. I believe that in Massachusetts and in the United States, there's not like a federal set level for what an acceptable magnetic field exposure is." Do you agree that that's a fair and accurate statement, that in Massachusetts and the United States there is not a federal set level for what's an acceptable magnetic field exposure?
There are some standards, health-based standards, that are based on tissue heating, but those standards are so high that they wouldn't come into play at all for a transmission line project. Certainly all modeled fields and all EMF associated with this project will be well less than levels that would cause heating of tissues in the body. There are no other health-based standards based on possible carcinogenicity in the United States. The Massachusetts Energy Facility Siting Board generally tries to keep magnetic fields associated with such projects comparable to projects that have been approved in the past, so as not to have projects that continually increase the EMF exposure of the general public.
As we've spoken in the past, and I've tried to articulate this hopefully clearly, you agree, if I understand your conclusions, that one, there's continuing research on this, and that there are and secondly, that there are uncertainties about the potential for health, adverse health effects by the electromagnetic forces?
There is certainly continuing research, and unfortunately, it's impossible to prove complete safety of almost anything. So yes, there is certainly possibility.
So there's uncertainty and...
Uncertainty, yes.
And the uncertainty risk would be a high impact risk, which is childhood leukemia. That's the one thing that seems to be focused upon in the research.
That is one of the primary, that is the primary health effect that is looked at when... So
the risk of uncertainty here is borne by those who would be in proximity to the EMF, the EMF uncertainty risk, correct? It's those who are in proximity to it, not those who are a mile away.
Yes, right. The people, if there is a health effect associated with EMF, the greatest exposure to EMF would come, well, first of all, if anyone was living directly above the line, which is not happening. But the closer to the line you are, the higher the magnetic fields would be, and they would fall off with distance relatively rapidly.
And it's the position, I gather, of the utility and the regulators that the risk of uncertainty is, from their point of view, both marginal and acceptable. Is that correct?
That would be their opinion, yes.
Right. So the risk of uncertainty exists, and it's borne by those who are in proximity, which are the citizens and residents who will be closest to this line. The question is whether or not that's an acceptable or unacceptable risk based upon the uncertainty and the continuing research. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Houseman. Other questions from councillors at this time? Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. So we've asked previously about monitoring EMF before and after the project to be able to compare whether levels increase and compare whether they increase relative to the projections in this report. And so I was just curious if you could comment on what people might be looking for in receiving those results, and when you speak with homeowners who are in an area with increased magnetic field levels, are there any the question about mitigation measures, I think, could be extended here. Are there additional things if a point along the line turns out to have a higher impact than was projected? Are there additional mitigation features that could be put in place at that point once higher levels are observed? Is it too late at that point? If you could just kind of speak about what people would be looking for and what they would potentially want to do acting on any results from that monitoring?
Right. I certainly have seen before and after measurements taken at projects of this type. Potential reasons why the after results could be different from expected is when, for example, the orientation of the lines or the depth of the lines needs to be varied to adjust for utilities in the ground that were unexpected or to other obstacles that were not expected originally. While I wouldn't say it's ever too late to make any adjustments, it does get a lot more expensive to make adjustments after something is constructed.
Okay, and in terms of what those adjustments would be, is it things like?
Well, it would be moving it, or there would be other, I mean, there is the possibility of shielding, but again, that would possibly impact the loads that could be carried on the transmission lines, and for that reason may be objectionable.
Okay. And so the potential for a homeowner along the route where construction doesn't go exactly as predicted and the impacts on their property are higher would have some limited shielding strategies they could
Yeah,
ask
ideally
for,
as
but
many
not much else.
concerns of this type as possible would be addressed beforehand, before construction.
And then the decisions about mid-construction, whether, you know, an obstruction, a utility isn't exactly where the plans showed it was going to be, those decisions would be the last real point to make decisions that would keep things within
That would certainly be
bounds of the
easier
report.
than making it after construction.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowen. Are there other questions from councillors at this time? Councillor Houseman.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on Councillor Bowen's comments. From the point of view of EMF exposure, is a cable that's, say, 8 feet, 9 feet under the ground different in its potential exposure to someone above the ground than a cable that's 2 feet under the ground?
The greatest impact is distance from the transmission line itself. So if you're directly above a cable that's 2 feet underground versus directly above the cable that's 8 feet underground, there would certainly be a difference in EMF. Once you get 20 feet away from the center line, there is still a difference, but it's not a great difference because a cable buried 8 feet deep really isn't that much further away from someone who's 20 feet from the center line than one that's buried at 2 feet. So the closer you are to the cable, there is a difference with depth. The further you get from the cable, it makes less difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Houseman. Councillor Rand.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Lester. It sounds like, I guess, I am relieved to know that the testing that was done is accurate. And I think what's so tricky and what I'm hearing from constituents is just that the interpretation of what that testing means is really, quite honestly, kind of scary and not conclusive for residents who are going to be newly exposed to EMFs. But I did also want to comment or ask you about one of the lines that's coming in is actually, it really is replacing an existing line on Wellman. And my understanding is that the current transmission line is just buried without anything around it in the ground. Can you speak to the difference between the EMFs that is emitting versus what it will emit as a new, in like the new construction of this line?
Yeah, I will admit that I do not know the exact configuration of the existing line. I know it's not in a duct bank. I know the three lines, I believe they're closer together than they're proposed for the new line. I would be guessing how the difference in EMF would be. If the lines are closer together, that can lead to some additional cancellation, but then the delta configuration is preferable to a horizontal configuration. So my guess is that the difference would not be great in EMF exposure between the current situation and future.
Okay.
And I don't know which way it would go. It could be less, it could be slightly more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rand. Any other questions from councillors for Mr. Lester at this time? Councillor Houseman.
Mr. Lester, from your expertise, is there a material difference between exposure to a line of the proposed magnitude that's carried on overhead lines versus those that are underground? If someone is walking nearby, I'll leave you to define what nearby means, but in other words, if you would, what's the relative safety, if you will, of between overhead lines and underground lines to the general public? I know that's a very open-ended question. But.
Right. I believe that the underground transmission line is preferable. The lines are closer together than they are above ground. Everything does depend on the exact orientation of the lines and the height of the lines above ground versus the depth of the lines below ground. But because the lines are closer together underground, the fields, the EMF will fall off more quickly with distance from the underground line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Houseman. I think what I'd like to do, so that we make sure that we hear from members of the public, is I'd like to pause here and begin the public comment portion. It does not preclude councillors from asking more questions. Before we do that, I don't know if anyone from National Grid wants to respond to where we left off last time was with Councillor Bowen's question about, and you alluded to it just here, about what mitigation might occur for a resident who found higher EMF levels than expected after construction. I don't know if anyone is prepared to speak to that before we begin public comment, or if you prefer to wait. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Good evening, Mr. Riley. Call myself Mr. Riley. Mark Riley. I do want to have Dr. Bailey address a couple items that came up, and then I'll loop back to answer your question. Sorry.
Dr. Bailey, if you would, please.
I think that the question about uncertainty is one that is promoted by, when you search on the internet for information about anything, you find a wide range of opinions that is huge. When you actually look at the opinions of a body of evidence that is performed by people whose careers are involved in assessing risk and uncertainties, on many topics you'll find that there is a much narrower range of uncertainty. I think if you look at the assessments by the World Health Organization, the International Agency for Research in Cancer, the committee of the European Commission in 2015, 8 years after the EPA did an assessment, you will find that there is a very narrow range of opinions. And the EPA has stated that we know more about EMF than we know about the 50,000 or so chemicals in everyday use. So while it may appear outside of the scientific community that there is a great deal of uncertainty, in fact, the fact that all of these agencies, by international agencies or by Health Canada or committee or health agencies in the Netherlands and other places, have examined all of this same evidence, they come pretty much to the same conclusion. And that is, just as Mr. Lester indicated, that there is in 2000, there was a statistical association between exposure to magnetic fields at a certain level and childhood leukemia. As described in our report and as mentioned in the studies that he cited, the magnitude of that association has been diminishing ever since, and in the very most recent pooled analyses that was published at the end of 2019, they reported that that association had vanished entirely. And this is based upon a very large pool analysis of, 30,000 and 25,000 cases and controls, where the original analyses were based upon a very much smaller number. So there is pretty much agreement that if there is an association, it is very weak, and no agency has concluded that this relationship, even when evaluated in 2000, was causal. So the reason why that research is continuing, which Mr. Lester indicated also, is not because we've found a problem, but because everyone in our communities are exposed to magnetic fields, whether they live near a power line or not. As he mentioned, appliances, wiring in our homes, currents flowing on water pipes, distribution lines on the street. Children stand out waiting for the bus, and they're underneath a distribution line, and the values will be substantially higher than what we see here at a residence. So we are surrounded by these fields, and we have to do something about it if we find a health risk. But none of the agencies have concluded that the relationship is causal, and so therefore the question is, how much do you want to do about something which we don't know is a problem? This is not a case of an exposure where we know that there is a hazard. There is definitely a hazard from ingesting cyanide. The question is that hazard manifesting a risk to me if it's sitting in a jar on the table, or certainly it's a risk to me if I ingest it. But we know at the outset that that is a hazard at the levels that people might encounter. We don't know that there's any hazard associated with the levels that we encounter on a daily basis. At levels that are far higher even than what utility employees encounter, there can be electrical stimulation. We don't have any consistent body of evidence that would suggest that people have these higher exposures, in fact, have more cancers than other people. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind about uncertainty. The second thing I just wanted to comment on is that we're very often asked about shielding, as the question came up tonight. And one of the solutions that has been put forth time and time again is, well, what if we put a steel plate over that? I don't know of any much research that's been done to actually confirm or apply this in practice, but we have modeled what happens when you place a steel plate above a alternating current power line. And what happens is, as Mr. Lester said, directly above it, the fields are reduced. But magnetic fields are not easily, alternating current fields are not easily shielded. They can be redirected, and what can happen when you put a steel plate over a power line, you may reduce the field directly above the cable, but you may redirect some of the magnetic field to the sides. And usually people are living closer to the, at a distance from the cable, not on top of the cable. So there are lots of complications with taking what might seem to be a simple solution and implementing it without considering that it might have consequences that are, adverse to what you're trying to propose it for in the first place. So anyway, well, that I'll stop.
Council President, if I may briefly reply, but I'll keep my comments short so that we're going to the general public.
Yes, I think that would be just fine. And then we'll have Mr. Riley make his brief comment as well. Councilor Houseman.
Thank you to Mr. Bailey, Dr. Bailey. Do you agree with Dean Hazel, the EFSB Assistant Director, in his testimony before that board, that there are no federally set or Massachusetts set acceptable EMF exposure levels? There's no standard for that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And I would just make the observation that the comfort level that individuals have relative to risks that may be generally known, but nevertheless, there's a certain amount of uncertainty about it, could be observed in this room this evening, where all of us are coming out of a pandemic. Some of us are wearing masks, some of us are not. Some of us may have differing levels of potential health, health susceptibilities that are different from each other's. Mr. Lester's wearing a mask. He's an expert on EMF. You are EMF expert. You are not wearing a mask. So my point is that the comfort level of the general public around what you're talking about is very similar to my mind as I sit here looking at the general public and your experts and the staff from National Grid about how people feel comfortable assessing risks for themselves in dealing with something like COVID and EMF, which I would suggest for purposes of tonight's conversation could be viewed in a very similar light. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councillor Houseman. Mr. Riley, I don't know if you had one other comment before we move to public comment.
Sorry. It was just a complete Councilor Bowen's question. We did in our April 1st letter try and answer the question of if there is a post-operational measurement that exceeds what we saw beforehand, would we mitigate? And it's a complicated question. I'm not going to stand here and say there's never going to, we've been talking about probable and possible. I'm not going to say there's never going to be a circumstances in which we would, we wouldn't consider mitigation, right? That could happen. It's possible. But as I laid out in the letter, it's not probable. As we heard from Mr. Lester, the modeling is accurate, it's reliable. The guidelines, as he wrote in his report, are designed to be protective. This project is a fraction of those guideline levels. The EMF found that we made efforts to minimize magnetic and electric field levels in this project. So as we stand here today, having heard from the experts and looking at what the findings of the FSB are, it's not probable, right? I guess that would be my answer.
Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Bowen, you had said that you were comfortable pausing so that we can hear from the public and we'll return.
Yeah, I appreciated getting the written responses and may have more follow-ups, but want to hear from folks who are here.
Thank you. And I do want to just mention, I just checked with our city clerk, Lisa Kent. So the letter that Mr. Riley just referred to, as with the other public documents that we've received or have been exchanged back and forth in this matter, if they're not on the city website yet, they are. Okay, Ronnie, Ms. Jacobson tells me that they are on the city website. So if you are looking for any of these newest documents exchanged between the council, clerk's office, and National Grid, you can find them at that same central location on the city's main webpage, beverlymass.gov, and then you'll see across the top there's one central location to click for all of the pertinent National Grid hearing information. So those documents have been updated. Thank you to Ms. Kent and thank you to Ms. Jacobson for your help in getting those out for the public. So I would like to move to public comment. I do have some people signed in on the sign-in sheet who would like to speak. We'll go with these folks first, and then I will ask again. So if you did not sign up, you haven't missed your chance. And I want to also just remind, especially if anyone's just watching now, has just tuned in on BevCam, that we will have another opportunity for public comment on the 19th at our April 19th meeting. That's a Tuesday, not a Monday, due to a Monday holiday. We're moving by one day. That will be at Beverly Middle School at 8 p.m. We'll recess this hearing to that time, and that will include a chance for remote participation. So if there are anyone for whom it is difficult to make an in-person evening meeting, the remote participation option, I hope, will help to alleviate some of that obstacle. So with that, Councilor Rotundo is set to be our timekeeper. If you were not here with us for the last hearing, his timekeeping methods do involve a lovely song at the end of your 3 minutes. And the reason for the timing is just to make sure that we really get to hear from everyone who would like to speak, and that all public speakers get the same amount of time, if you would like. So with that, Mr. Averill, you are the first on the list, and if you would come to the podium and name and address for the record. And something, as Mr. Averill's coming up, I want to just say too that in the interest of, for anyone watching on BevCam especially, if there are any additional questions or comments that do come up from the public, if you could direct them through me, that way I can repeat them into the microphone and everyone will be able to hear them. Mr. Averill, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Tim Averill, 165 Lothrop Street. 3 minutes, is that what you're giving us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, very quickly, we've been through, I've listened to the talk tonight, and the one thing that I've taken away from this is uncertainty and the reality that some of us are being asked to be guinea pigs in an experiment which really has not been very, very well documented throughout. This whole process took place during COVID. It was very difficult to have public meetings, to have information, to have citing. What we have right now is our last bulwark is you, the City Council. You have the right now to look again, and as we've been saying in our neighborhood and across the city, pause the project. Let's make sure that the route we choose for this is the best possible one to mitigate all of the possibilities that we have. Now, I heard both speakers, and the reality is there's still a possibility. I've had cancer in my own family. It has been caused by things that we weren't aware we were being exposed to, and I think we need to examine which is the best way to protect the general public and to not make everyone into a kind of experiment here. That said, we have a memorandum of agreement that was negotiated that is not as favorable to the city as it should have been. And that goes to Councilor Bowen's questions about what happens. Let's not talk about mitigating after the fact. Let's make sure we've made the exact right choice with the siting that we have right now. You have it in your power to ask us to look at this, to pause the project and see what happens. But also you have the right to look again at the memorandum of agreement and see what kinds of protections the city can get so that we don't all end up having lawsuits, having discussions about what damages have been done along the way. And I've heard admissions tonight that lots of things can change in the construction. So tonight my appeal is really to my city councilors, to those people I had a chance to vote for, those people that represent all of us, to ask you to do your best to make sure that my grandchildren and the residents in this area are best protected. And I want to conclude by saying we all believe that we need reliable energy for all of this area. No one is disputing that. But when we get into all the disputes about EMFs and what the internet says and what the reality is, it's a possibility, and it's a pretty strong possibility. We look to you to protect us, and thank you very much, City Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Averill. Thank you for being here. The next speaker who signed up this evening is Carol Rain. Carol, if you would come to the podium as well and name an address for the record before you begin.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm Carol Rain from 27 Pratt Avenue. And I'm going to read a letter, an email that was sent to the councilors and to the mayor this afternoon. I'm not going to read the entire thing. It's from Alyssa Raymond Reed. And she unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, so she's asked me to read it. We want to bring attention to the siting and permitting process once again. We must make sure that we have a fair, unbiased, transparent, and participatory process. At every stage of the EFSB DPU siting process, resident and business abutters and their renters have been at a disadvantage in terms of access to information, representation, and expertise. Now, as National Grid petitions our City Council to open the streets and move forward with implementation of the high voltage line, endangering our health, property values, and the environment, we must take every step necessary to ensure due process and fundamental fairness. In cities like Beverly and on city councils where most councilors have day jobs, it's inevitable that there are multiple interests and hats that each individual wears. This means that early and thorough identification and disclosure of any conflicts of interest, funding sources, duties of loyalty, and any other information that could pertain to the fairness or perception of fairness of the decision-making process is fundamental. So we ask that all city councilors who plan to hear argument and vote on the National Grid petition be asked to disclose any possible conflicts of interest, including any funding, relationships, deals, etc., that they may have, that may have been, are, or will be party to that could create even the appearance of conflict or bias. We request that Beverly city officials, our city solicitor, and the outside counsel engaged for this matter be sure to watchdog and enforce appropriately all rules on transparency and conflict of interest to ensure the highest integrity possible for the process and any oversight of this process now and in the future. Thank you all for your ongoing work on this matter.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rain, for reading that letter on behalf of Ms. Raymond Reed, who I know could not be here this evening, but I believe is watching on BevCam, so thank you also to her for that input. The next speaker we have signed up tonight is Mr. David Mahood, and I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing anyone's names as I'm calling you up as well. Correct. Thank you. You will have your chance when you do name and address for the record.
Hi, this is David Mahood from 191 Lothrop Street. First, thank you, Beverly City Council, for allowing us to be heard. I'm a supporter of reassessing the King Street Alternative Plan. I was only made aware of it a week ago. From what I can ascertain, it represents a far less densely populated area. Can anyone tell us more about that plan? I also think about how National Grid is going to ensure the safety of my permanently disabled neighbor as he tries to assess his vehicle parked who knows where if the pipeline ends up ripping up Lothrop Street. What I am most personally aggravated about is the support of fossil fuel energy companies. As I noted last meeting, I'm opposed to a massive new urban high-voltage pipeline that transmits over 60% fossil fuel energy, as indicated on a National Grid document of November 2021 entitled, "Do You Know Where Your Power Comes From?" On February 28, 2022, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warned that the world is set to reach the 1.5 degrees Celsius level within the next 2 decades, and said that only the most drastic cuts in carbon emissions from now would help prevent an environmental disaster. National Grid is showing us again the reason why many of us have objected to fossil fuel energy companies for decades. National Grid, that little British company, made almost $20 billion in revenues in 2021 at the expense of the health of the planet. Natural resources are not free, and burning fossil fuels is costing consumers in more ways than one. Globally, more people die today from unhealthy air than from smoking tobacco. I've heard nothing from National Grid about how they plan on pumping cleaner energy or offsetting 100% of emissions. This project does nothing to support green energy in a time when it is a must for halting GHG emissions. Naively, I never thought I'd be on the other end of a case of environmental justice, and an intergenerational one, a fact that means everything to future generations who will rightly condemn the fossil fuel companies of this century for permanently damaging the environment that they inherit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahood, and I apologize for my mispronunciation. You corrected me last time, and I will commit it to memory for next time. And finally, Mr. David, and again, apologies, Gendel? Gendel. And if you would just name and address for the record, I know.
Madam President, council members, my name's Dave Gendel. I live at 21 Ocean Street, and I'm here in the minority, I think, tonight to support this project. And as a matter of full disclosure, I want to let folks know that I retired from National Grid. I worked with them for over 30 years. And I think we all agree that there's a need for the investment in this infrastructure. And there's a lot of issues that we could debate here tonight over the previous speaker's remarks about National Grid and its position on zero carbon reduction and where they're going, because it's a company that's very serious about that. But I don't want to talk about that at all, other than to say that this project is, and I've worked on dozens of these projects over 30 years. It went through the Energy Facility Siting Board review. This team that worked on it, I know a lot of these folks for years, put an awful lot of time and research into evaluating the best route, the best alternatives, the best way to provide this particular replacement upgrade of this project. It went through a lot of work to do that, and I just want to speak on behalf of them and on behalf of that whole process. I think that sometimes gets lost, and I think we heard some really great discussion tonight from the experts on magnetic fields as well. So I just want to say that this is a good project. They've done a lot of work. They've done a lot of things here to I think make it as a safe, reliable project to our system. So that's my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gendel, for being here with us. That's okay. I was going to say, Mr. Younger, you are anticipating my next question, which is that's the end of the sign-up list, but I do want to open up to any other members of the public. So, Mr. Younger, I saw your hand first. If you would, name and address for the record.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President Flowers, for running such a great meeting with such great equanimity. Jim Younger, taxpayer, ratepayer, resident of 32 Buttman Street. Given the brief amount of time I have to speak, I wanted everyone in the room to be aware of who is not in the room. And if I'm wrong, I would be thrilled to be corrected. On October 8th, 2021, the Energy Facilities Siting Board, EFSB, and the Department of Utilities, the DPU, granted permission to National Grid for the project we've been discussing. At the 11th hour, the EFSB added $100 million in potential estimated cost increases to satisfy climate change resilient mitigation to prepare against sea level rise in 2070. The project went from $100 million to $200 million in less than 24 hours, with no review, no report, no study, or any other means of validating these anticipated cost overruns. The folks in the room who approved this plan from EFSB were Kathleen A. Theoharides, the Secretary, Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs and the Siting Board Chair, Matthew Nelson, Chair, Department of Public Utilities, Cecile M. Frazier, Commissioner, Department of Public Utilities, Patrick Woodcock, Commissioner, Department of Energy Resources, Gary Moran, Commissioner and Designee for the Commissioner of Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, Jonathan Costco, the General Counsel and Designee for the Secretary of the Executive Office of Housing and Development, Robert J. Shea, the Presiding Officer, and Brian Casey. I don't believe there is any representation in this room tonight from any of these 7 public officials all who work for you and for me, all who are responsible for this fatally flawed process. Is that correct? All of those and all those members could authorize another route, another way to spend less, cause less harm, and promote renewable, reliable energy. Every single member of the EFSB and DPU works for you. And am I correct? Not one of those folks are here in the room tonight? Is that true? Please let the record reflect the lack of leadership in our state government, as once again, it is the people in this room that will bear the burden of this fatally flawed process today and for many years to come. I once again urge the members of the council to please deny the location permits and insist that the EFSB look at all the available options that will cost less and do less harm. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Younger. Are there any other members of the public? Yes. Please come to the podium and your name and address for the record, if you would.
My name is Martin Greenstein. I live at 65 Cross Lane. I would like to just echo what Mr. Averill talked about and also refer to a comment that was made at the last meeting by Mr. Riley that said there were 60 different options for this project. 60. And I would urge the city council and whatever other state government officials involved to take a look at all of them to see what is not only good for National Grid, but most importantly for the citizens of this city. Excuse me. I think the primary goal is to protect the people of the city. I heard two words that scared me this evening: possibility and cancer. And I would hate to find out that the after test isn't what we thought. And to eliminate all of those issues, I think it's important that we find another alternative. And if there are that many options, I'm sure there's one of them that's going to work for everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Greenstein, for your comment and for being here tonight. Any other members of the public? I know we are. I was going to say, please come to the podium and name and address, and then you're free to address the council.
Hi, my name is Andrea Friedman. I live at 32 Buttman Street, and I hadn't planned on speaking tonight, but there's something that concerned me about what the two experts were talking about, and I also have a question about EMFs in the future. But I want to first say that this is not all about EMFs, because we've heard some things today. A lot of it's about the process and about the location. But the EMFs are important, but it's not the only thing. So, but to that point, so I want to just talk about the uncertainty really quickly. And you'll notice that we had two experts speak tonight. We had the expert hired by the city. We had the expert for National Grid. And they were both saying the same thing, but not saying the same thing. And there's uncertainty in even what the experts have to say. And I felt like the expert for National Grid was saying that possibly the expert hired by the city hadn't done the appropriate literature review or wasn't satisfied with the literature review. And I found that a little disturbing. And maybe our expert could speak to that, because what he was saying was there is uncertainty. The expert from the other side was saying there wasn't uncertainty, which adds more uncertainty. So I just wanted to put that out there. I also had a question about there's an amount of electricity that's going to go through this line, and that amount could change over time. That's my understanding, that as demand increased and the need for more electricity increased, that actually could go up, and there could be more EMFs than even what is initially could register at the initial start of it. I'm sorry, like I said, I'm not the most eloquent speaker. So those are my two things. I don't know if they want to comment about that, but that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Friedman, for your comments and also for those questions. I don't know if someone can address the question of can the amount of electricity in the line change over time? And would that affect the level of EMFs? Am I stating your question correctly?
It's a much better way to put it.
Well, that's how you said it. You did. You did. You said it just that way. Thank you, Dr. Bailey.
Regarding the question as to the rise in load on the line over time, and that load is a predictor of the magnetic field. So therefore, if the load increases over time, so will the magnetic field. For our modeling, we modeled the average load expected, and that is the best predictor of what the magnetic field would be on any randomly chosen day of the year. The magnetic field calculated at average load would give you that value. We also calculated at the peak load, that is what might be the hottest day of the year, all the air conditioners turned on, or the coldest day in the year and everyone's using heating. Whatever the circumstances are, those might apply for a few hours or a few days during the year, but they would not characterize at all our long-term exposure. Just in the same way that, using an appliance that exposes you to hundreds or in some cases thousands of milligauss doesn't predict your average exposure for the whole year. So what we find with this is that the conditions that were modeled will predict what would be the highest levels that we would expect under normal operation of the system. Not if there's some kind of fault or accident on the line or a line nearby, but what would be during normal operation the highest magnetic fields that we would expect to see.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey. I see some hands, but Mr. Lester, I don't know if you would like to come up and address any of that question as well. I know Ms. Friedman is sort of putting it out to both of our experts who are here tonight.
I certainly agree with what Dr. Bailey said, that if the load on the line does increase, the magnetic fields would increase. They did, in fact, model EMF associated with both the average conditions and the peak projected load from a hot summer day, and I forget if it's 2023 or something like that. I don't know how that, is that the maximum? I don't think that's the maximum capacity of the line. Is that correct? It's the projected.
The values that were communicated to us by National Grid were the loads that were closely matched to what you would be carrying under historical conditions for the existing line. So obviously there could be some projections of load growth, but the loads on the existing line are a good predictor of what we would expect certainly for the average condition. And you can't operate the electric system by operating the conductors fully loaded all the time. You have to have a redundancy in the system so that if all of a sudden one circuit goes out, you have a way of supplying electricity to people by another circuit. And if all the circuits are operated at their maximum capacity, we would have outages all the time. So the lines typically operate at some fraction of their maximum capacity, so that in case of lightning strike takes out a line, that another line would be able to go from operating at 40% of the maximum capacity to maybe 80% of the maximum capacity until that other line could come back into service. So in practicality, the operation of the system doesn't allow you to operate all the lines at the maximum capacity and still function.
Ms. Friedman, if you would like to go to the podium, and then
I just want to clarify my question because I don't. I guess what I'm trying to say is is there potential for this line for a normal year going to increase, and so the average EMFs will increase over time? So I don't know what the projected lifetime of this is, but for 10 years, because we know demand's going to increase, and for 20 years. So when he's talking about a normal day, that's what I'm asking, so.
thank you, Ms. Friedman. Please don't apologize. So if I'm understanding Ms. Friedman's question correctly, just to make sure that we can all hear it, it's what will a normal day look like if over time the load increases for everyday use? Is that?
Exactly, that's much better.
Yeah, thank you. Tim O'Leary, National Grid. It's a good question. This modeling of the peak load that's projected in the future, as well as the capacity that the cable is constructed at and modeled, does account for any future load growth in the near future for the cable. So that was part of the whole modeling in the design of the cable and the system.
Thank you. And I was going to say, I know I saw one more hand if you'd like to come to the podium.
Good evening. My name is John Quinn. I live on Pine Road here in Beverly. And I don't think the council has received a straight answer to the question that was asked as yet. I think that the question is very straightforward, and that is, we're being told what it is now and what may be expected. But in fact, there are plans in the books, I suspect, that would multiply this amount by 5 times, 10 times, who knows, over the next 15 to 20 years, just assuming the growth rate on Cape Ann that this power is supplying. I thought it was a fairly straightforward question, and yet the first answer from the doctor simply went back and fudged it by addressing what was currently the current level. And the last part of, I believe, Mr. O'Leary, or is it Mr. O'Leary? Okay. He talked about the modeling, talking about the maximum load potential. I would be very intrigued to see the city, through the experts that it's retained, actually explore that, because to me, that's one of the primary questions before this board. You can talk all you want about the current EMF levels, but we're talking about children 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now, and what is the risk to them if the load levels are multiples of what have been told to you in advance. I would just finally end that by saying, if you have any question about my question, look at the transparency of the way with which National Grid treated this council back in 2018. All you have to do is go back and look at the slide deck that they brought to you, talking about the replacement of the line. It's basically the same slide deck that they use to flim-flam the locals at the Cove meeting, the handful of people who showed up, all they knew about was that there was some kind of a replacement line going in. That's their idea of transparency. And I'm suggesting to you that a very, very major question for this council on behalf of the citizens of Beverly is to seriously question what is the load going to be long-term and the threat to the health of the people of Beverly as a consequence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quinn. I'd see one more public speaker who would like to speak, and then not because we don't have much more to talk about, but because of my promise to all of you, who many of you have to get up and go to work tomorrow, I know, or be with your families. We will move towards recessing this again till the 19th. Again, not because there's not much more to talk about, but because of the lateness of the hour and in fairness to everybody who's come out tonight. So if you would, your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Greg Harris, 161 Lothrop. I'll be brief. I just want to sort of take the concerns that were just expressed and put it into a more concrete engineering question for National Grid. I do agree that the projection that you have based on historic figures is probably not going to line up over the next 50 years, which I believe is the expected lifetime of this line, especially as we transition away from oil heating to heat pumps, as temperatures rise and we have to install new cooling systems, as we transition away from internal combustion to electric cars. There are going to be new increased loads over this line. However, I recognize that there are serious engineering that's going on at National Grid. As was stated, these lines clearly have a peak current that they can support or that National Grid will want to run them at safely. Since we have excellent modeling that we can determine what the electromagnetic field is at that peak load, there's obviously a maximum you can run the line at. I think National Grid could compute those numbers and tell us what the maximum potential would be in the future, regardless of growth, because we know the maximum rate that you'll be able to run current through this line at. So that may be a way to answer the concerns that people have here today concretely, because there is an upper limit to what you can run through this line. Thank you. Thank
you, Mr. Harris. As we prepare to recess this hearing, I don't know if National Grid, is anyone from National Grid is prepared to answer Mr. Harris's sort of final question. If not, I would suggest that that is a question we pick up with when we reconvene. Mr. Riley, I see you nodding that. Okay, so Mr. Harris, I've noted it. I'm sure Ms. Dixon has it in the minutes. And so we'll be prepared to pick up with this topic, which Mr. Harris just sort of closed us with, but I've heard it from Ms. Friedman, Mr. Quinn as well. So with that, I would entertain a motion to recess this public hearing to April 19th at 8 p.m. and that will be at the Beverly Middle School in the library.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0. We'll recess this hearing until that time. And thank you again to all the members of the public who came out. Thank you to Mr. Lester for being here. Thank you to city staff, National Grid's team, and we'll see you again on the 19th. With that, members of the council, I'd entertain a motion to take a break for some committee work.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. We'll take a break. Finance and Property, stay here. Public Services, you get the committee room. Legal Affairs, you're on the bench.
First time we're ready.
The first order on our agenda is my letter to the committee, order number 24A. I'm just going to hold that. It's about the financial forecasting, so that's on hold. The next order is order number 70. All of this is 76.
Yep.
Is
CPC.
let me see the.
That's CPC.
Oh, this is order to hold a public hearing. No, that's. We just held it. We just held it. Yeah. Yeah,
Mr.
it's a-
Chair,
Yeah,
sorry.
please.
There's obviously several different funding possibilities here, but I need to recuse myself from any conversation about the anchor point funding because of the church's relationship to Harbor Light Community Partners. So if,
So we can hold a separate vote on.
yes,
It's all one order. Do
we can
have-
vote on each of the grants separately.
We can.
Yes. I only know that because we've done it before when there's been
Okay.
an HCP one, and I've recused myself from that. So
Fair enough.
if you don't mind, so that you and
Yeah.
Councilor St. Hilaire are free to discuss it, I will leave when you get to that one.
I just need, so these are all bundled together though in one bundle. So let me grab my CPA folder here then.
Or if it makes it easier for the purpose of this, I'm happy to recuse myself for this portion about the CPC, and then I'll come back for them. Because Ken says that would be easier. Might be easier. Okay. Well, just let me know when you're ready for me to return.
We will vote on it.
I'll be here in the hall.
All righty.
So she's going to recuse herself for the whole thing?
She is?
Yeah.
Oh,
She can vote it on.
okay. I would accept a motion. Well, are there any questions regarding the CPA?
No, I am supportive of all these projects, and I would make a motion to approve.
Okay, fine. Motion made and seconded by Councilor Houseman to approve order number 76. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 2-0.
I'm going to go get her.
Thank you.
Yep.
So are there only 3 of you on? The 2, because President Flowers is requested.
Correct, but still quorum.
So, here. Welcome back, Councilor, President Flowers.
Thank you. I had an enjoyable trip to the hall.
Next is Order 94. This is the grant for $2,500 for the defibrillator equipment program for the Beverly Fire Department. Are there any questions regarding this grant?
I'll make a motion that we approve this grant, number 94.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I was just curious if Ms. Barrett had any, if she wanted to comment on any of these. I know we just voted on that one, and I don't really have any objection to any. I just didn't know if she had anything she'd like to.
Thank you very much for pointing that out. Ms. Bear, we have a number of grants, which you have been to some degree involved with the getting of. Would you like to make any comment about any of these for the council?
I can make a brief comment about each one, just to recognize who worked on
Yeah, please, if you would, to the podium. No, thank you very much. As usual, Council President, you.
Hello, Catherine Barrett, Director of Grants. So order number 94 is the automated external defibrillator, and Fire Chief Peter O'Connor, I believe, worked on that grant. And that particular piece of equipment will help save lives when there's a cardiac event. So, very important.
Thank you very much. There are a number of grants here. Would you like to address each one of them in one standing?
I'll wait as you go through each
Okay.
one, if that.
All right, fair enough. So on order number 94 for the defibrillator grant, there's been a motion and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next order on our agenda is order number 95. This is a $150,000 earmark to be used for the police training simulator. And I know that Representative Paracello is here this evening. Ms. Barrett, are there a few things you would like to say about, anything you'd like to add about this particular earmark that you're aware of?
Yes. As you know, Beverly built a brand-new police station. There wasn't quite enough funding in the budget to have the simulator with the actual building and construction project. And so I believe that both Senator Lovely and Representative Paracella advocated and lobbied for this earmark for Beverly for the simulator. And I know that Chief John LaLasher is thrilled that we have this for the training for our law enforcement. So.
Yes, thank you. Councilor St. Hilaire.
I'd just like to comment, I was at the station recently for a Community Advisory Council meeting, and the chief showed us the new build-out of the simulator. It looks really cool, and glad to see we got the funding for it.
Yeah, great. I took a tour with him maybe a month or two ago, and I think having these funds to enable that facility to be used to its full capacity is fantastic. So,
I just wanted to add that yes. The simulator will not only be used by the Beverly Police Department, but smaller departments in our area on the North Shore don't have access to that at their own police stations. And so they will be able to, I believe, pay to use that simulator as well. So it not only trains our officers, but other officers, particularly in smaller departments. And if anyone's had the pleasure of touring the basement of the old police station, we didn't have a simulator, but the officers would train in the basement in a very rustic way, is how I'll put it. So I know that all of the law enforcement and Chief LaLasher are very, very thankful for a modern-day simulator for training.
yeah, and I know one of the particular interests he had was in de-escalation training, which is a very, very topical interest in police
Definitely.
departments and in general community these days. So, if there are any other questions or comments, I'd accept a motion to approve order number 95.
Make a motion to approve order number 45.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 95. It's order number 95.
You're really big.
The hour is late.
Really big subcommittee.
3-0. The next order is order number 96. This is the $5,000 grant for Lynch Park to the National Register, and $20,000 to support the resource study for the area between Cabot and Rantoul. Ms. Barrett, I know you're familiar with this. I know Ms. Hutchins is also here this evening, who may want to speak a little bit to this.
Yes, so Emily Hutchins, is our Assistant Planning Director, was instrumental in securing both of these grants. And I just want to say that it's a pleasure to work with her. We've worked on many grants together in a team format, and she's a phenomenal team member to have on grants and really has made a huge impact and difference in the planning department, securing a significant amount of funds for a variety of planning-related projects and historic projects. And I'll actually call her up so she can say a couple words about these two grants that we secured.
Hello, so these are both matching grants. We've applied for CPA funding for the match. They're 50% matching grants. In the case of the survey project, it is a full 50%. In the case of Lynch Park, we applied for additional funding through CPA funds just to make sure we had a sufficient amount to complete the National Register project. When we initially submitted a pre-application to the Massachusetts Historical Commission, we thought the project was going to be a bit less. And then we received a formal quote for the project, and we realized it is likely to be a bit more, so we applied for some additional CPA funding. Because we were allowed to do that, we were not allowed to do that for the Mass Historical Commission grant. So I think these are both really great projects. Nominating Lynch Park to the National Register will place us in a good position to apply for additional grant funding for other historic preservation related projects in relation to the park and the carriage house. And the survey of the Cabot to Rantoul Street neighborhood will put us in a good position to better understand the historic resources in that area and undertake additional preservation activities, including but not limited to other grant funding for that area. I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
I'd just like to make a comment that I really appreciate working with you on aspects of historic preservation grant projects. I've been a great partner and been very patient with my questions and trying to understand the process. So I just want to thank you very much for your work on this. Members of the committee, any questions?
No.
Hearing none, I'd accept a motion to approve order number 96.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Next order is order number 97. This is an award of $98,268 of state formula grant from the Executive Office of Elder Affairs. Ms. Barrett, would you like to say a few words about this grant?
Yes, thank you. This is our state formula grant to support the Council on Aging, and it's really critical for the funding for all the different activities that they do at the Senior Center. And I just want to thank Marianne Holak, who's the director and does a fantastic job. These funds are really critical each year for operations, so we really appreciate them. I did want to point out also that these funds, I believe, are based on 2020 census numbers, and it's I think about 8,800 seniors, but we in fact have over 10,000 seniors as of 2022. So our state formula grant amount should be increasing next year.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know the Senior Center does great work and can certainly use the financial support. Any questions by members of the committee? If not, I'd accept a motion to vote to approve this order, 97.
Make a motion to approve order 97.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, I will also second it, but also yes.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Sorry, I was too slow on the second that time. Sorry.
Now it's late. We're trying to move along.
Usually I'm on the ball with the second.
The next order is order number 98. This is a $2,747 donation from Mr. Jack Epstein for the purchase of a defibrillator for use by the fire department. This is terrific act of citizen participation and generosity. Would you like to say a few words about this, Ms. Barrett?
I just want to say thank you to resident Jack Epstein for contributing to the defibrillator. They are very expensive, and we do really need them on the trucks. And when our firemen and women are going out to calls, these can save lives. So thank you to Mr. Epstein and the fire department for securing the donation. I just wanted to point out that the grants office also processes earmarks, donations, and gifts. So, as our city clerk knows, so I usually I'm aware of all the different gifts, earmarks, donations, grants that come through all 20+ departments.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments by members of the committee? If not, I would accept a motion to approve order number 98.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. And
That's it?
I think that's it, isn't it? 2, 3, 4. I thought we had 5. Is that it?
I think that's it.
That's it. Okay. Unless there are.
Can I just make one
Yes,
quick comment?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Barrett, Ms. Hutchings as well, but I am always struck by how many grants, since I've been on the council, we've had the opportunity to approve, and that's thanks in large part to her work. So thank you for the work you do. Thank you, Ms. Hutchings, and to the other members of the city staff who partner with you in your department. But also thank you for waiting with us so that you could help comment on these. I know it's been a long meeting, so I just appreciate it. I always learn a lot.
Yes, very much so.
And Ms. Hutchins is actually leaving us.
I was going to ask her about that off camera. Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that, but I wish you the best in your next endeavors, whatever those are. You've been great to work with on historic preservation projects with me, so I very much appreciate that. Anything else? I do want to make some reference to order number 24A regarding financial forecasting. Just to say that that's an ongoing project that I'm working on, and I'll be, submitting a recommendation to the council. I'm doing a lot of work on it, and the work is continuing, but we have had a few other things also to focus on, so my progress has not been quite what I planned on. So, unless there's anything else, I would accept a motion to adjourn Subcommittee on Finance and Property.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you again to everybody who has stayed with us, who came out to speak, members of the public who were here. We had so many members of the public here throughout the evening. It was really, I think, just an exciting thing to see so many people here in the chambers. Thank you to anyone who's been watching with us on BevCam, and thank you to those of you who are still here, who stayed through the subcommittees to be able to help us get more information and do that work. It's very much appreciated. So before we take reports from committees, we have motions and orders. And so we do have a first reading of order number 91. We will take one vote on it this evening, and then it remains, as you recall, it remains on the agenda for a second vote for final passage.
Order number 91, recommendation of the changing loading zone time parameters at 112-114 Rantoul Street. And it's just to take out of the parking prohibited. I was told not to read the whole thing, so it's just removing Rantoul Street from the ordinance.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve order 91?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. That will remain on the agenda for second reading and final passage. Let's go to reports from committees. Ms. Kent.
Order number 76, relating to, it's from Finance and Property, to whom was referred the matter regarding the community. You want to recuse yourself, please?
Yes, actually, Councilor Rotundo, if I could ask you to take the president's chair for me. I'm going to recuse myself for the vote on order number 76 because one of the grants, potential grants, is connected to my day job.
I go in number all of us, so it's first. Sorry.
And let me know when you're ready.
No, but we're going to go with it anyways.
Order number 76, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom was referred the matter regarding Community Preservation Committee 9th round CPA project funding recommendations. They approve all of the projects.
Question? Thank you. Questions come on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 8-0.
Nice work. Thank you very much, Vice President Rotundo. Appreciate
Madam
that.
President.
Order number 94, the Committee on Finance and Property, whom we refer the matter regarding a grant for $2,500 automated external defibrillator equipment program by the EOPSS and OGR to be used by the Beverly Fire Department for life-threatening cardiac events and to save lives. Recommend the grant be approved.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 95, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter regarding an earmark for $150,000 approved by the Mass Legislation and Government Baker to be used for the police training simulator, have considered said matter, approve the grant, sorry.
Questions or comments? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 96, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom was referred the matter of 2 fiscal year 2022 survey and planning grants from Mass Historical Commission, $5,000 for the nomination of Lynch Park to the National Registry of Historic Places, and $20,000 supporting Phase 1 of Cabot to Rantoul Historic Resources Survey, have considered said matter. Recommend to approve the grant, both grants.
Thank you. And I see Councilor Houseman's hand for a question or a comment.
Yeah, I wonder if Ms. Bear could address the council a little bit about the matching funds and where the match comes from.
Thank you. Ms. Barrett, if you would, please.
Thank you. Catherine Barrett, Director of Grants. So I just want to recognize Emily Hutchins, our Assistant Planning Director, who worked on these grants. And there is a 50% match on both grants. The match is coming from the CPC funds, which I believe are approved.
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, we talked before this meeting tonight, did we want the grants to get approval first or the CPC grants to get approved? Because they're kind of, they dovetail, so the match comes from the CPC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barrett, and thank you also, Ms. Hutchings, for your work on those. Any other questions or comments on this one? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 97, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom was referred the matter regarding a $98,268 FY22 state formula grant from EOEA to support operations of the Council on Aging, have considered said matter. Recommend to approve the grants.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 98, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter regarding a donation of $2,747 from Jack Epstein to fund the purchase of a defibrillator for use by the Beverly Fire Department, have considered said matter. Leave to report, recommend to approve the grant.
Thank you. Questions or comments?
Approve the donation, sorry.
Thank you. Question comes on the acceptance of proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0, and thank you to resident Mr. Jack Epstein for that gift, that generous gift to the city.
Order number 81, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom was referred the matter regarding appointment of Conservation Commission Miss Amber Redmond at 55 Parramatta Road, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve the appointments.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 83, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom we referred the matter regarding a reappointment, Beverly Historic District Commission, Ms. Suzanne Lamont, 20 Porter Street, have considered said matter. Recommend the council approve the reappointment.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 88, Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom we refer the matter regarding an order approving lease of CareSurge Beverly LLC for 90 Colon Street, 191 and 502 Cabot Street, 10 and 11 Pond Street, and 100 Slayer Road for solar photovoltaic array installation. Have considered said, submit the company order and recommend its adoption.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. And I know he wasn't here tonight, but I do want to acknowledge Fred Hops, who's just been an amazing advocate and caretaker of the vision of solar energy in our city, for his work that sort of paved the way for this kind of a future.
Order number 88A, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom was referred the matter regarding an order approving solar power and services agreement with CareSurge Beverly LLC, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow, submit the company order, and recommend its adoption.
Questions or comments?
Council President? I just have a quick question regarding the documents that were revised. We are voting on the revised document submitted by the Solicitor's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, Solicitor Williams, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Sure.
That was the,
So the document that was revised was last week, the pilot agreement, which I don't think you voted on.
No, that's the
And
one
you actually have.
I haven't read it yet.
change language. Yeah. There are a couple of other sort of typo type things in the other documents that we corrected that were so de minimis that we didn't file new versions of it. And in fact, the orders contemplate the correction of that kind of document, but there's nothing of substance that was changed in the documents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that helpful, Councilor Houseman?
Yes.
Thank you. Was I at question comes on the?
Yep.
I was, okay. Question comes with the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you to everybody who helped me remember the next part.
Order number 88B, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding an order approving a payment in lieu of taxes agreement with Kearsarge Beverly LLC for personal property, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Submit the accompanying order and recommend its adoption as amended.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 82, the Committee on Public Services, to whom we refer the matter regarding the reappointment for Beverly Harbor Management Authority Danielle Spang, 16 Esquire, 16 Mulberry Street, have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve the appointment.
Questions or comments? Councilor Houseman.
I just want to acknowledge Ms. Spang is here and has been incredibly patient and obviously very enthusiastic about volunteering for the city. So I really want to thank her for her prospective service and her involvement in the community, as she has been very involved recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Houseman. I think that's well said, especially the thanks for being with us for such a long time. Sorry. Councilor Rand and then Councilor Bowen, please.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that that was an appointment and not a reappointment.
Same question.
I know that's very nitpicky. I also echo Councilor Houseman's.
It was just a sentiment.
It's an appointment. Okay.
It's an
It's
appointment.
not a
Yes, you are correct. It's an appointment, not a reappointment.
Okay. I'm excited. Harbor Management Authority is lucky to have Ms. Spang. So
I was going to say, both of you at that far end of the table.
Yeah,
I'm looking at both
that's
of
right.
you. Yeah.
We'll be joining the team.
Councilor Bowen, you said you had the same question.
Yep.
Okay. The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. And thank you very much again, Ms. Spang, and thank you for being here all night with us.
Order number 84, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding appointment Beverly Council on Aging, Mr. Richard Tabbitt, for 57 Soning Road. Have considered said matter, recommend the council approve the appointment.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and the adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. And thank you to Mr. Tabbitt if he's still watching with us on BevCam.
Order number 85, the Committee on Public Service, to whom we refer the matter regarding an appointment for Human Rights Committee, Ms. Hoang Sa Nguyen, 32 Iverson Road, and have considered the matter, recommend the council approve the appointment.
Questions or comments? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 9-0.
Order number 86, the Committee on Public Services, to whom we refer the matter regarding appointment Permanent Building Commission, Mr. Bruce McDonald, Scott DeLay, Esquire Robin, Luna Whitman, have considered said matter and beg leave to follows. Recommend the council approve the appointment, and they did change the expiration dates. So that, with that in mind, they staggered. So they'd be staggered. Thank you. Questions or comments? Councilor Houseman.
Yeah, I have a question for His Honor the Mayor, if he could, just on the question of these appointments to the Permanent Building Commission, which I think has been fairly dormant up until this point. If you could perhaps address what you have in mind for the work for this committee, and whether it includes any of the work on the prospective City Hall redesign.
Yeah, no, thanks, Councilor. Repopulating and reactivating, really, with these two projects that we're kicking off, these two buildings and the youth center. And so you see before you 4 appointments in total, right? 3 from the last meeting and 1 that we introduced tonight. If you read the language in the charter, there are 6 in total that I've got to bring forward, and then I've got to touch base with School Committee President Abel and have the school committee put a name forward as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Is that helpful, Councilor Houseman?
Yeah, and I just wanted to sort of revisit our discussion about having some kind of representation on the work for the City Hall design.
Yeah, we met with the OPM recently to put the contract together and kind of start to sketch out the work, and we made clear to them that you folks as stakeholders are going to need to be in their viewfinder and in their discussions. What we did with both the middle school and the police station was, in the middle school, it was various grade levels and departments, and both the 5th graders when they were still at the elementaries plus the the Briscoe faculty and departments, they were all a part of trying to put together the, what was going to be needed for furniture, fixtures, what the layout of different types of classrooms, et cetera, it should be. With the police department, it was several different units within the department. So here, what makes sense is, you folks as a body should have access to the OPM and should have some brainstorming sessions. We want to do the same thing with numerous departments throughout this building and other city departments that we know we need to bring back into the building or onto the campus when it's done, like health and inspectional services. So I think there should be, what makes sense is we'll ask the OPM to reach out through Mrs. Kent, when they're ready to start those brainstorming type of sessions, and it makes sense that you folks have one with them at a minimum, kind of take it from there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, just ask a follow-up.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. And don't need to go long because I had a similar question, but just if you have some sense of like how frequently the group is likely to meet, how it worked in the past when it was active.
Right. I mean, our thinking is probably the committee as a body, probably about quarterly. And then, although, I mean, that may be kind of as they go, but to the extent that committee members want to be more actively involved in a given project, the project meetings on the middle school were every 2 weeks over 4 years. And so various committee members may want to dive into a given project, but not necessarily have that time to commit right across the board. So I think we, in discussing it with them and getting their permission to put their names forward, we talked about quarterly.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks.
The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. Ms. Kent tells me that's the end of her pile. So are there any announcements or comments? Councillor Feldman, then Councillor Hausman, please.
Yes, we just discussed adding a public services meeting to the calendar virtually for next Monday, April 11th at 7 p.m. We previously, with the appointments that we just heard, did kind of a speed round interviews virtually, and it worked out really well for some of these appointments. So we're hoping to do that again, and then also with being virtual, we're hoping that if anyone wants to check in and also attend any other meetings in the city that night, they have the availability to do that. So that's the plan.
Thank you very much, Councillor Feldman. Councillor Hausman.
So I'd reserved a conference room for 7 o'clock next Monday, the 11th, for finance and property for a continuing conversation on the budget, which would appear to directly conflict with.
Ours is virtual, and
okay.
it's primarily to interview some of these appointments that we have on the agenda again, so they can come back to the committee as a whole sooner rather than later.
Is there a way for us to stagger our subcommittee meetings so that we can participate as a full council?
So, do you mean participate as a full council for the Finance and Property Committee meeting? We could start at 6:30 if that it would be better for.
That's fine.
Okay, so we could start at 6:30, and we don't have as many as the last time, and one can't make it, so that half an hour probably would be sufficient.
And could you hold your virtual meeting starting here so that you could, if councilors in your subcommittee want to attend the F&P subcommittee?
It's virtual. We can
do it from here?
From anywhere, yep. It's wherever makes sense for people in attendance at the meeting.
Okay. So Finance and Property will meet next Monday, the 11th at 7 p.m. in conference room, I guess it's A or B. There's only one of them, so whichever one it is.
A1.
A1.
So thank you. So public services at 6:30 virtually, Finance and Property at 7 p.m. in the conference room.
And Christine and I are unavailable. Just
Thank you. I'll just remind all of us, but also members of the oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Rand.
I do have something, sorry. I know Miss Emily Dixon is not, I'm getting so confused, sorry. Miss Emily Hutchins is not in the chambers anymore, and maybe she'll see this, but maybe she won't. But I just wanted to share publicly that she's an amazing planner to work with, and I've had the pleasure of working with her on a special project to create an ordinance for a neighborhood conservation district. And I think this is public information is that okay? Yeah, okay, good, thank you. So this was her last council meeting with us. So I just wanted to publicly thank her and say how much I've enjoyed working with her, and had this memory of one of her first presentations here was on the solar arrays in yards and placement of solar arrays, specifically with the Ward 5 project. And I just think from day one she was a great asset to our planning department, and I will miss her, but she'll still be living in Beverly, so we'll get to see her out and about. So yeah, that was it.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councilor Rand. And Ms. Hutchings, if you're watching or you watch later, yes, thank you, and good luck in your next endeavors, and you will be missed, absolutely.
Just wanted to repeat the same thing. We talked about it in finance and property, and we had a chance to talk with her a little bit. She's been, from the projects I've worked with her on, in historic preservation particularly, she's been a terrific partner, a great asset to the planning staff, and I will miss her, but wish her the best in her next endeavors.
Thank you very much, Councilor Houseman. So with that, I'll just remind us and also anyone watching that our next regular meeting is a Tuesday night. It's April 19th. It's moved because of a Monday holiday. We did tonight recess the charter hearing till 6 p.m. that evening. It will be at Beverly Middle School, and it will include a remote participation option. And then our regular meeting will begin at 7, and the National Grid hearing was continued from tonight to 8 p.m. that evening, also will include a remote participation option, and will be at Beverly Middle School. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. No surprise, that passes 9-0. And we're adjourned. Thank you.